Hi everyone, welcome along to the third round of the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy season, as we are once again in the foothills of southern Belgium at the wonderful circuit here at Karting de Fang International Raceway in Mariembourg. Firstly, we've already had 2 rounds of the championship season, and the title fights in Junior, Senior, DD2 and DD2 Masters are still very wide open. For round 3 of the championship season, we welcome back Minimax, who will compete in their second of 3 race weekends, with the champion taking home a grand finals ticket to the Bahrain International Karting Circuit this coming December. A total of 145 participants from 22 different nationalities are here to compete against the very, very best. They are either privateer entries with lad and dad, or mum and son, or mum and daughter. We also have some of the biggest powerhouses within European Rotax competition and also globally. But 1 week ago today, we got a very, very big reminder that motorsport is still as dangerous as it ever has been. Safety, granted, has improved over the years. But a week ago today, at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps, 180 kilometers drive from this circuit here in Mariembourg, an 18-year-old driver from the Netherlands by the name of Delano van Toff unfortunately lost his life in a tragic set of circumstances and a significant accident at the top of Eau Rouge and Radion. We all know to race is to compete, to win, to go for glory, and to stand on high on the top step. But this weekend has a different meaning. This weekend, everyone here will be racing for Delano van Toff. Delano, our thoughts are with you and your family at this time in such a very difficult set of circumstances. Rest in peace. Good morning and welcome to Karting de Fang International Raceway here in Mariembourg in Belgium for the third and penultimate round of the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy season. And what's more, the weather is clearly on our side. Temperatures set to hit north of 30 degrees Celsius later on today, but we are just about a minute and a half away from our first of 18 races over the course of Heat Stay today before we go into the business end of the weekend, with things very much up for grabs. And at the end of this coming season, on the 10th of September, at the home of British karting, Paul Fletcher International, we will crown our 2023 Euro Trophy champions and also give away tickets to this year's Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, which for the second time in 3 years will be hosted in the Persian Gulf at the Bahrain International Karting Circuit between December the 2nd and December the 9th this year. Hello, it's Alex Goldschmidt up in the commentary position, just off of the main start-finish straight. And we have 145 drivers from 22 different nationalities. We welcome back Minimax for their penultimate round out of 3, as they make a return after not being with us at Val d'Argentan in the late part of May, where we had the 4 mainstay classes that make up the part of the Euro Trophy since its inception back in 2018. And this 1,388-metre clockwise directional circuit provides a stern challenge for everyone involved. Quite a few of the competitors that competed last week in the midway point of the B&L Karting Series season are also here. And we are just seconds away from our very first heat, and it will be Minimax up very, very shortly indeed. So let's take you all through the starting grid for the first of 3 Minimax heats here at Mariembourg. On pole position, following on from time qualifying yesterday, Nikita Lyubimov will start from pole position for all 3 heats. Lucas Stordeur from Belgium will be alongside. Lars Lambers and Cole Denham will be on row 2. Jacob Ashcroft and Lieke van Berkel will be on row 3. Felipe Reyes and Mariembourg round out the top 4 rows, with Oliver Warner and Albert Friend completing the top 10. Row 6, it's Isaac Barker and Rory Armstrong. Tom Reed and Maxim Bobrishov will be on row 7, with Christian Sejersen and the returning Denny Babacek on row 8. Jack Freeman and Konstantinos Kandelidis will be on row 9, and completing the top 20. It's an all-Belgian row 10. Bran van der Weken and Vic van Kampenhout. Rounding out the 24-strong grid will be Jakob Kubera, Miko Schwers. Then we've got Kieran Stewart and Amelie Davey. Amelie Davey, unfortunately, demoted back to the bottom part of the grid due to a collision that could have been avoided during yesterday afternoon during time qualifying. So the driver from Guernsey, the same home state, well, the home location of 3-time World Touring Car Champion and hill climb expert Andy Priaulx, and also his son Seb, running in sports cars these days. All Minimax heats will take place over the duration of 7 minutes plus 1 additional lap. Current air temperature 24 degrees Celsius. When a lot of us arrived here at the circuit at just before 8 o'clock this morning, it was around 20 degrees. So there is going to be a bigger test for the drivers in terms of hydration over the course of what's going to be a very, very long day. Our last race takes place at 5:10 p.m. local time. Also up for grabs this weekend for 2 Minimax drivers will be the opportunity to compete at this year's Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy at the Le Mans International Karting Circuit in Pays de la Loire in France. As we get set, we get ready. The drivers head through the chicane onto the start-finish straight. Into the tram lines we go. For the first time today, are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out. We are underway first time round the outside. Goes Lucas Stordeur to get through to take the race lead as they head their way through into turn number 2 and 3, then into the left-hander here at 4. A little bit of jockey for position as Lieke van Berkel has already got herself up into 4th place. We've had a turnaround. That is Rory Armstrong in the 166, the youngster from Northern Ireland, as they make their way through the right-hand sweeper here at turn 6. So the drivers now making their way through this infield technical section where you've got to carry momentum, but also precision along with it. So they're now making their way through the final double right-handers before they go into the start-finish straight onto the chicane. Albert Friend battling away round towards the bottom part of the top 10 as we are on the fringes of completing the opening lap. And across the line they go. And Nikita Lyubimov retakes the lead going through into turn 1 just after the start-finish line on Lucas Stordeur. Lars Lambers up into 3rd. Lieke van Berkel, Cole Denham, Jacob Ashcroft, Oliver Warner, Felipe Reyes, Isaac Barker and Tom Reed as there's a 3-way exchange. And that was Cole Denham to the outside of Lars Lambers on that particular occasion. He gets through to make up a place. Van Berkel up into 3rd place as a result of what has transpired. More jockeying for position as up the inside goes Cole Denham on Jacob Ashcroft. The 2 DHR teammates battling away for position, and Ashcroft stays ahead for the minute. Oliver Warner is very, very closely behind them, along with Felipe Reyes and the 107 Lars Lambers at the end of that quintet as they go through back again into the final right-hander and through the chicane, pretty much that you can take flat out here at Mariembourg, as now we're going to see a bit of an extension of the lead. Nikita Lyubimov now just over 2 tenths ahead of Lucas Stordeur. Maxim Bobrishov currently up to P12, now up into, has put in the fastest lap of the race. Change for position between Oliver Warner and Felipe Reyes, the Dutch driver in the 107 with Raymond Rietveld's crew in the RR Racing entry, now up into 6th position. Still line astern going through into the right-hand sweeper at turn 6. Hard on the brakes into 7 at the hairpin. A little bit of a compression zone and also a little bit of adverse camber to the right-hand side. There was a side-by-side battle towards just outside of the top 10. Two drivers side-by-side is still Nikita Lyubimov trying to pull away from the rest of the opposition, but Lucas Dorder is not letting the Estonian get away by any stretch of the imagination. We're just over the 4-minute mark remaining, plus an additional lap. Ashcroft now chasing down Van Berkel in 3rd place. Lap 3 in the books. And the top 10 covered by just under 2 seconds. Mariembourg rounding out the top 10, the 102 representing the United Arab Emirates. As Ashcroft trying to quickly get past Van Berkel for that 3rd place. It's not proving to be easy for the 122 from Western Supermare. But we're halfway through into this race. 3 minutes and 30 still to go, plus an additional lap. Rory Armstrong's made up a couple of positions after his spin coming out of turn 4, which might have involved a small amount of contact. So these laps are going very, very quickly through at this moment. But the train is getting even longer at the front. There's 8 drivers that could be in contention for the race victory. Lyubimov still leads after lap number 4. Stordeur 2.5 tenths of a second adrift. Van Berkel holding on nicely in 3rd ahead of Jacob Ashcroft, Cole Denham and Felipe Reyes. That's the 6. And now look, Felipe Reyes looks up the inside through turn number 4, gets neatly through on Cole Denham for 5th position as they head into the left-hander, which then turns into the sweeping right-hander at turn number 6. This circuit has seen quite a few hallowed names come through its doors and onto its tarmacs. The likes of Ayrton Senna, Lewis Hamilton, Nico Rosberg, amongst others, including 4-time Formula 1 world champion Sebastian Vettel. So still rounding out what will be effectively the top 7. Oliver Warner from Argenti Motorsport had a chat with his dad earlier on today. Said it's really nice actually to come over and compete because you learn so much as a young driver. But Lyubimov now extends his lead to just over 3.5 tenths. Stordeur now being pressurised by Lieke van Berkel. Ashcroft is there waiting in the wings in 4th. Felipe Reyes is not too far behind. And Felipe Reyes, what's more, has just set the fastest lap of the race. As there's the move now from Ashcroft on Lieke van Berkel to take P3 through turn number 4. Felipe Reyes with the fastest lap so far this race. 59.646 from the youngster from the Netherlands. Coming up to just 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining, plus an additional lap on the timer. And Lyubimov still holding onto that lead. That gap looks to be extending between him and Lucas Dorder from Belgium. In the 197, we've already had a penalty being issued out, and that is to the 131. It's just been given a 5-second time penalty for pushing. That's Maxim Bobrishov. As all that was very close between Felipe Reyes and Lieke van Berkel, the 107 trying to get through, and Cole Denham now trying to pin it round the outside of the 107 for that position. That's 5th place, and now Cole Denham gets the switchback through into turn number 4 with 40 seconds on the timer remaining. Felipe Reyes stuck his nose up the inside of Lieke van Berkel, and she was not having any of it. Felipe Reyes still trying to get that position back from Cole Denham. That's the battle for P5. 2.6 seconds covers the top 10 positions. So at the minute it is Nikita Lyubimov. Then it's Stordeur, Ashcroft, Van Berkel, Denholm. Then it's Felipe Reyes. 7th, it's Oliver Warner. Lars Lambers, Isaac Barker, and Mariembourg round out the top 10. Last lap is underway as it was nip and tuck with the timer. Nikita Lyubimov now extends his lead to just over 3.5 tenths as they go through into turns 2 and 3 for the final time. Now into the left at 4. Van Berkel sternly defending from the 2 behind. Cole Denham and Felipe Reyes, 5th and 6th at the moment. Into the left-hander at turn 5 for the last time. Van Berkel putting on an absolutely brilliant display this weekend, as she did last weekend here at Karting Défaigne. But Cole Denham trying to force the issue, and the 185 responds in kind and makes the rear axle as wide as humanly possible. The drivers now making their way through into the final double right before the run onto the chicane and the start-finish straight. As Nikita Lubimov looks relatively untroubled through the final right-hander, out of the chicane, and it's going to be the Estonian that picks up the victory in heat number 1 here in Minimax. Second, Lucas Dorder, and it's a run to the line for 4th, and Cole Denham just behind Jacob Ashcroft, who is about half a second up the road. Ashcroft takes 3rd. Denham gets it on the line for 4th, ahead of Lieke van Berkel by 31 thousandths of a second. Felipe Reyes, Oliver Warner, Isaac Barker, Lars Lambers. Maxim Bobrishov finishes 10th, but will receive a 5-second time penalty post-race for pushing, which will drop the youngster down to around about 18th position. So Mariembourg will end up 10th, ahead of Jack Freeman, Albert Friend, Jakob Kubera, Vic van Kampenhout, Denny Babacek, Bran van der Weken. Then we've got Konstantinos Kandelidis, who will finish behind Maxim Bobrishov based on the adjustment. Rory Armstrong recovered to finish 19th, ahead of Kieran Stewart, Tom Reed, Mikko Schwarz. Then we got Amelie Davey, and unfortunately on lap number 6 we lost Denmark's Christian Seriussen. So just going to take a recap of the championship standings coming into this penultimate round of the season, just for those watching at home. Thank you very much for joining us on the official Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy live stream, which will be bringing you all the action right the way through to the 10th of September this year. And also, there's a little bit of an announcement we will be making this weekend, which is quite nice to tell you all about very, very soon. But Jacob Ashcroft had a perfect score at Karting Genk back in April of this year, and he currently has 165 points to his credit. Albert Friend, second in the championship standings on 154 points, closely followed by Cole Denham. Jakob Kubera is 4th in the standings on 139, with Lucas Dorder running out the top 5. Max Endicott not here this weekend. Currently 6th in the standings, ahead of Maxim Bobrishov. Adrian Stions, who is, I understand, not racing here. I know that there is a sort of a mini festival happening over in Latvia this weekend with the Rotax Max Challenge Latvia. Had the opportunity to go over to Madona in Latvia, about 2 hours away from the capital city of Riga. Denny Babacek 9th in the standings. Nikita Lubimov has some ground to make up, currently 10th in the standings on 123. Felipe Reyes 11th in the standings at the moment. But now we turn our attention to Junior Rotax. And there was an appeal post Val d'Argenton, which has been now, well, the decision has been made that the results from Val d'Argenton do stand. And at the moment, with 325 points to his credit, Belgium's Mateo Denkovic has 325 points. Timo Jungling from the UK and Archie Clark, also from the UK, round out the top 3 on 291 points and 289 apiece. Keep your eyes on Hungary's Armand Hamilton in the number 265, currently 4th in the standings. Kenzo Craigie rounds out the top 5. The Argenti Motorsport driver, now also part of the Mercedes Junior team. In the 244 and 263. Then looking round at the bottom part of the top 10, Thomas Behrman, the younger brother of Oliver Behrman, running in FIA Formula 2 this weekend at Silverstone. So good luck to Ollie. Running with Prima Power Team and is also part of the Ferrari Driver Academy. So Thomas places P6 at the moment in the standings on 254 points. Krit Knorren in 7th on 246. Kasper Schurmans also needs to make up some ground this weekend. He is 8th at the minute. Had a difficult first round at karting Genk, but came back to have a very, very solid showing at Val d'Argenton. No wins on the bounce for the 240 from Born in the Netherlands. Thomas Ingram Hill and Taze Stevens round out the top 10 on 237 and 227 points apiece. There is also Matej Dankovic going over to one of the newbies in juniors. We have had a few progressions from drivers moving up from minis to juniors. Boris Maximov being one of them, last year's Minimax champion here at the Euro Trophy. Funnily enough, won at this particular round last season, ahead of another driver that's moved up to juniors this year, Tom Srela. And between them last year, the ticket for the grand finals in Portimao was decided by a single solitary point. Now we turn our attention to the remaining 3 categories, as we have just a couple of minutes before we go into racing for Juniors Heat 1, Groups A and B. Mark Kimber leads the way in the championship standings in seniors with 317 points, closely followed by the reigning and defending champion, Sean Butcher, on 311. Kai Hillertz, last year's runner-up, but also last year's B&L Karting Series champion, who made history by becoming the first driver in the B&L Karting Series' illustrious 16-year history to win 3 different titles in 3 different classes, mini, junior and senior. He's on 284 points. Lachlan Robinson, who in 2020 and 2021 was the first driver from the, at that point, the UAE, when he represented them, to place 3rd overall in the championship standings. He's currently 4th ahead of Matthew Higgins, who has now returned to pastures of yore. He's back with DHR and his dad, David, mechanicking him. He's currently 5th at the moment, ahead of on 259 points. Tommy van der Stoys, last year's B&L Junior champion, is 6th ahead of Zsombor Kovac. Nolan Lemeray, Devian Horst, also another driver to move up to seniors from juniors this year. And Lewis Gilbert round out, well, the Pride of Scotland, Lewis Gilbert, that is, round out the top 10. Austin Lee just outside the top 10 by 3 points. DD2, at the moment, it is Martin van Leeuwen from the Netherlands that leads by a comfortable 21-point margin after the opening 2 rounds. He's on 327 versus David Outlechner from Poland, by way of South Wales, of course. He is on 306. Enzo Boll, one of the new young generation of very, very hungry young wolves in the wolf pack. He's 3rd at the moment on 298 points. The 2019 Senior Road Tax Grand Finals champion, Axel Saniala, is also back with us for the full season here, courtesy of SP Motorsport, the 469, who, if people might remember, in 2019 broke Matilda Olsen's winning streak at Kristianstad at the Assenring on the final race of the weekend. He's 4th, ahead of young Lithuanian hotshot Maxim Shurko. And they are separated by just 2 points. Axel Saniala on 272, Maxim Shurko on 270. Carl Gustav Borgard, Philip Moitzi, Leonardo Baccaglini, Maxim Didix, and former DD2 Euro Trophy champion Jakub Bezel round out the top 10. Coming over to Masters, it's Martina Stankiewicz, who is leading the way by just 2 points ahead of last year's champion Dennis Thum, who so on 312 and 312 apiece. Michael Becker on 295 rounds out the top 3 ahead of Christophe Capitan and Nicolas Picot, both representing France on 291 and 290 points apiece. So let's have a look at the starting grid for the first of 6 Junior Rotax heats today. It is going to be Junior Rotax Heat 1, A versus B. So on the front row, it is going to be Kasper Schurmans ahead of Matej Radenkovic. Schurmans was the fastest driver in total combined qualifying yesterday. Row 2 is Alberto Kiko Fracassi versus France's Lucasel. Max Cuthbert from the United Kingdom and Germany's Julian Kovacevic ran at the top 6. Boris Maximov, Matthias Jellerup, Krit Knorren and Tay Stevens complete the top 10. Ahead of Thomas Behrmann and Noah Janssen, who are on row number 6. Row 7 is Olivia Jonkers and Ollie Wise. Row 8, it's Aras Majauskis and Cameron Nelson, both representing the United Kingdom. Georges Nassar from the UAE, coached by Christopher, effectively coached by Matthias Najim, is in 17th, ahead of Casper Nissen. Mariembourg and Mathis Ometro ran at the top 20. Charlie Smith from the USA did do well in qualifying yesterday, but due to a technical non-conformity, referenced the 254's clutch, he was demoted to the back of the grid. So with all Junior Rotax heats today, it's going to be 7 minutes, plus 1 additional lap of racing around this 1.388 kilometre circuit. So we'll have another Junior Rotax heat, then we'll have the first 2 of 6 Senior Rotax heats before DD2 and DD2 Masters. A combined grid of 31 drivers will bring us over to the customary lunch break, which will be between 12:30 and 1:30 this afternoon. So all results called by myself up here in the commentary position will be provisional, pending any technical and sporting decisions post-session. After the ranking after heats has been decided for today, we will be posting the respective top 5s in all the classes competing, all 5 Rotax-powered classes here this weekend. As now Schurmans and Radenkovic get the field into orderly formation. And they head through into the chicane as we get ready to race your way here in Mariembourg. The revs start to rise. They build to a crescendo. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out first time. Radenkovic tries to keep it pinned round the outside, going through into turn number 1, but Fracassi gets through into second. As they make their way through into turn number 3, one of RSC carts goes a bit off track, having gone wide through turns 2 and 3. Schurmans leads the way. Fracassi hot on the heels of the 240, but someone went audaciously through at turn number 6, through the right-hand sweeper. Max Cuthbert at the moment holding on to 5th place, as the top 2 have already mounted a breakaway. Radenkovic in 3rd. 4th looks to be Lucasel. Julian Kovacevic in 6th. It's the 262 of Krit Knorren who will be rounding out the top 7 as we come across the line to complete the opening lap. Nip and tuck between Schurmans and Alberto Kiko Fracassi. 0.081. Thomas Behrmann has already sprung up from 11th to 8th. Tay Stevens now completes the top 10. Boris Maximov in the 230. Rounds out the top 9 as Behrmann has got a bit of a fight on his hands. As there is the 216 of Olivia Jonkers, who I think might have made it through on the 259, based out of Chelmsford in Essex. The first minute and a half. Oh, nice little move there. That was on Julian Kovacevic. And that was Krit Knorren getting through. And now another position lost by the German Kovacevic on that particular occasion, because it looks like Boris Maximov might have gotten through. So through into the final right-hander. And again, things are tightening up at the front of the field now. Fracassi was just 64 thousandths behind. Max Cuthbert in 5th sets the fastest lap of the race. 56.676. He's really closing in on Lucasel for that 4th place. Kovacevic down to 8th. Jonkers up to 9th. Behrman now completes the top 10. As side by side, that was between Noah Janssen and Matthias Jellerup. That was for 11th position going through turn 6, with the Dane emerging triumphant in that particular battle. Top 5 covered by just over 7.5 tenths. We are on the verge of completing lap number 3 as Schurman still leads the way from Fracassi. Third, it's Radenkovic. Fourth, it's Lucas Sells. Fifth, Max Cuthbert. And now Fracassi pulls the trigger up the inside through turn 1 on Schurman's, who quickly tries to get the counter-attack into place. But Fracassi saw it coming. This time through into... Oh, that was very close there from Radenkovic. Nearly touches the rear bumper of Kasper Schurman's coming out of turn number 4. And that compromises him, along with Lucas Sells and Max Cuthbert. Through into turn 7 at the hairpin. Now into 8, bumping over the curbs on the left-hand side, just to help the kart with regards to its momentum and rotation. Just past the halfway point in this race. And Alberto Chico Fracassi from Italy, the 276 with Strawberry Racing, now leads. That's a full lap of this 1.88 kilometre circuit that the Italian has led the way. His gap is now just under 1.5 tenths. Krit Knorren, in the meantime, has been making up what was a differential, a big differential, as there goes Thomas Behrman on the inside. That would have been on the, possibly on the 216 of Olivier Jonkers. As they are line astern between that quartet, which has got Noah Janssen at the back of the train. George Nassar, I believe, is the kart at the back of that one, and he's currently sitting in 13th position. Oh no, that is Noah Janssen off the circuit, the 231 from Germany. Running with 3G Racing. And Fracassi still leads. 2.25 minutes to go. Schurman's was looking up the inside through into turn 1. And he was 0.12 behind after the completion of the 5th lap of racing. Lucas Sells now looks for the move up the inside of Matej Radenkovic through turn number 4. Got through initially, and Radenkovic managed to get the position back before the left-hander at turn number 5. And still, the squabbles permeate their way up and down the order. Fracassi not getting away from Schurman's. Third, it's Radenkovic. There's Lucas Sells still ahead of Max Cuff, but they've got to keep an eye on their rear bumpers. The main reason being is not only have they got Krit Knorren, but also Boris Maximov chasing them down. Lap 6 completed. Fracassi still holding on. Schurman's was just over 1.5 tenths behind. Behrman is closing in on Julian Kovacevic as the 241 of Cameron Nelson looks up the inside of Georges Nassar, and there also goes through Tay Stevens. Now Tay Stevens looks for the move on the inside of Cameron Nelson, and a big tangle between the pair. It also pushes the 218 off the circuit. Matthias Jellerup. Cameron Nelson was round the outside, interlock wheels with Tay Stevens, and it was game over for the 292, who was backwards the wrong way. Schurman's, in the meantime, has just got through on Alberto Chico Fracassi with just over 35 seconds on the timer. Left to go, plus an additional lap. 2 after this one to go. Schurman's pulls to the right-hand side, Fracassi to the outside, Radenkovic up the inside. Does Lucas Sells get through? Yes, he does. Here comes Max Cuthbert. Alberto Chico Fracassi through one corner, loses 4 places. Down from the race lead, and there goes Radenkovic. He's down the order now as well. Down to 5th, make that 6th as Krit Knorren has gotten through. Timer hits 0. Schurman's now leads. Lucas Sells, Max Cuthbert. Fracassi in 4th. In fifth, it's Krik Norden. Matej Radenkovic down to sixth place. Boris Maximov just behind his Buvin Power teammates. And there is Thomas Behrman in the background. Julian Kovacevic and also the 216 of Olivier Jonkers. Last lap board out this time. Who's going to go for it now? Fracassi tries to look up the inside of Cuthbert. No room there, I'm afraid. And Cuthbert defends going into turns 2 and 3. Shawmans by a thimble thread is hanging on as up the inside goes Fracassi as Cuthbert ends up being shoved off the track. And now there's another one off. Oh, and that was Radenkovic, wasn't it? Back axle up in the air, and it was Krik Norden who was running in 5th position. Dramas towards the end of the race on the final lap, and that has allowed a few more other drivers to profit as a regard of it, including Oliver Behrman's brother Thomas. But it's going to be a run to the line. Lucas Sells is sizing one up on Casper Shawmans as they come through the chicane. Who's it going to be? Lucas Sells to the outside, but Shawmans holds on by just over a tenth. Lucas Sells takes second. Alberto Kiko Fracassi holds on to take P3. Boris Maximov fourth, ahead of Thomas Behrman. Matej Radenkovic in sixth. Julian Kovacevic, Olivier Jonkers, Max Cuthbert. And well done, Georges Nassar, on your first ever race in the Euro Trophy. Picks up a top 10 finish in 10th place. Charlie Smith from the USA started last, finished in 11th position, ahead of Adas Majauskis. Ollie Wise, Krik Norden, and Mathis Lemaitre round out the top 15. Mariembourg Guinot, Matthias Jellerup, Casper Nissen, Noah Janssen, and Tay Stevens complete the top 20. Those were the drivers that finished all 9 laps of racing. And on lap number 6, Cameron Nelson retired whilst battling hard for a particular position in the top 10. Also, just had confirmation of the results from Minimax Heat 1 that it has been confirmed that Nikita Lyubimov has taken the race victory ahead of Lucas Todder and Jacob Ashcroft, who completed the top 3, with Cole Denham and Lika van Berkel rounding out the top 5. 2 5-second time penalties were issued, the first of which was Maxim Bobrishov, a 5-second time penalty for pushing. There was only one front-fairing penalty that went to the number 151 of Konstantinos Gandelidis from Greece, running with Dams Racing. So a 5-second time penalty demoted the Greek driver down to 21st. So as and when I have them, I will give you all some updated results. So Lyubimov draws first blood here in Mariembourg in Minimax, with their next heat taking place, which will be Heat 2 at 1:30 p.m. local time, just after the customary lunch break. And very shortly, we'll be getting underway with our second of 6 junior Rotax heats, which will be groups C versus D. So 41 drivers here this weekend from around 13 different nations. And quite a few of them represented in this one. Had a few chats with some of the drivers this morning as they came into the paddock. Warm-up started at 9 o'clock this morning. So here we go with your starting order for Heat 2 for Junior Rotax Group C versus D. On pole position is going to be Hungary's Armand Hamilton. Alongside him will be the UK's Kenzo Craigie in the 244 Boluet. And Timo Jungling will round out row number 2. And behind them will be Thomas Ingram Hill and Max Sidersky. Theo Palmer and Oscar Gouchot rounding out the top 8, with Archie Clark Oh, and Oscar Goodshaw is a non-starter, I'm afraid. So was due to start on the outside of row number 4. So it will be Archie Clark, Zain El Homosani, Hamza Al Fayez from Jordan, Tom Strela from Latvia, August Reber, Knud Nielsen, and welcome along for her first ever trip to the Euro Trophy, Slovakia's Laura Bubenova, who along with Zain El Homosani are competing the FIA Academy Trophy this season. Sebastian Koch, Sky Parker, Antoine Grisel, Joshua Graham, and Ben Kaminski from Germany round out what will be a 19-strong grid. Now, one of the, just keeping an eye out, well, I haven't seen Armand Hamilton. Well, Armand Hamilton, there has been a further development, the 2-1-2 from Hungary. He is going to be starting from the dummy grid, it looks like. Oh, dearie me, not a great start for the driver from Hungary. So 7 minutes plus an additional lap. It's going to be Kenzo Craigie and Boulouet that's going to lead the field effectively through into turn number 1. And Craigie will have the benefit of the doubt because there will be a place where Armand Hamilton is going to be sitting. So that is a real shame for Armand Hamilton. He really did need to be on the front row of every single race. And his first heat has not gone to plan. Let's keep an eye on the 212. I'm sure he'll make his way through the field over the course of the 7 minute plus an additional lap race. So 7 minutes on the timer, plus an additional lap. Junior Rotax Heat 2, Group C and D, ready to go racing. Into the tram lines we go. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out first time. We're underway. Kenzo Craigie keeps the lead. Going through into turn number 1. Timo Jungling was looking to wrestle around the outside of Boulouet. And I think has already gotten through. Boulouet is battling away in his own right, trying to get us. Oh, there's been a little bit of a touch on that was on the back bumper of Zain El Homosani, and oh, we got 2 off, and that is that Hamza? That's Hamza Al Fayez from Jordan. Oh dearie me, Hamza Al Fayez battling away. Not too sure who it was with, but the Jordanian driver finds himself nose end in on the outskirts of turn number 3 or turn number 4. Armand Hamilton is out of the dummy grid and will try and make his way up the order. As they are 2. Oh, it's going to get a bit close coming through the final right-hander. And we've got to turn around again. And that is the 2-0-2 of Ben Kaminski from Germany. Having a bit of a rough introduction to the Euro Trophy this weekend. As some moves up and down the order. The 2-1-4 of Sebastian Koch battling away with the likes of Thomas Ingram Hill, who is currently in 5th place. So it's all been musical chairs on this particular heat. And good to see the chat starting to get alive. Thank you to Emerson McAndrew-Uren, who's just popped into the chat, saying, come on, Team DHR. 5 minutes and a quarter still to go. And some battles all the way up and down the order. Zain El Homosani, around about 8th position at the moment for the driver from the UAE. Max Sidursky has dropped to 6th. El Homosani up to 7th. Archie Clark now 8th. Joshua Graham from 9th, well, what would have been 18th on the grid. And now there's some more change around. There's Archie Clark as it's side by side with Josh Graham and Zain El Homosani, and the 298 gets through. Had a nice chat with Josh and his dad Trevor this last night. And he said, well, yeah, chain guard or chain or sprocket related issues caused the drama for the 298 yesterday in qualifying. So I said to Josh, well, you better get your elbows out. He said, yeah, I'm definitely doing that. And the proof is in the pudding, because now he's up the order from right at the back end of the field. So just over 4 minutes to go. Kenzo Craigie continues to lead. Boluet in second. Timo Jungling and Tom Strehler round out the top four. Thomas Ingram Hill in fifth, pulling away from Max Sidursky. As there's been a change a little bit further back. I think that might have been Sebastian Koch on August Reber for what would be 10th position. As they come through, sweep through. Oh, a little bit of a touch between two drivers, August Reber and Sebastian Koch, and that's going to allow the 281 of Slovakia's Rola Bubanova to get through. And there is the 249, that's Theo Palmer, who raced here in the B&L Karting Series. Got two top 10 finishes in the heats last weekend at the B&L Karting Series. But the top four just under 3/4 of a second apart. So Craigie still leading. Who's got the fastest lap of the race? Armand Hamilton, now up into 15th, ahead of Sky Parker, the young lady racer from Treloghan in Wales. And Bubinova trying to get through on, I think that is Sebastian Koch just up ahead, who's taken 10th position back. Oh, and now it's getting a bit dicey at the front of the field as Boluet's got through. Boluet's got through on Kenzo Craigie for the race lead, with 2 minutes and 35 seconds left on the timer, plus an additional lap remaining. Boluet leads, Craigie in second, Jungling third. Fourth, it's Tom Strehler. Thomas Ingram Hill rounds out the top five. We now come across the line to complete lap 5 out of this race. And now Jungling pulls the trigger up the inside, through neatly on Kenzo Craigie. And now points ahead saying, right, guys, let's go for the race leader. 5 minutes down, 2 to go, plus a lap. Louet leads going into the left-hander here at turn 5. Now through into the sweeper at 6. Thomas Ingram Hill still trying to close on in. Armand Hamilton puts in another fastest lap of the race, up to 15th, 56.044 for the 212, representing Hungary. Still a minute and a half to go in this race, plus an additional lap. So Jungling needs to be a little bit closer to Boluet. 1 minute 20 remains. Lap 6 completed. Top 4 covered by just over 4.5 tenths. Laura Bubinova now stays in 10th position. Sebastian Koch has dropped all the way down to 15th place. Armand Hamilton, in the meantime, has got past Theo Palmer for 13th position. Still nothing to separate this top 4 going through into turn number 7. So through into the final right-hander. Just over 30 seconds to go. It's going to be 2 more laps remaining in this second of 6 junior Rotax heats. Louet looks over his right shoulder. Here goes Jungling on Louet to take the race lead. Tom Strehler looked up the inside briefly, through on Kenzo Craigie, thought better of it. Now into the left-hand hairpin at turn 4. And Zainel Homosani, who rounds out the top 9, but again the top 4 very much unseparated. This and 1 more lap remains as they go through into the technical section. Oh, that was a bit of a cheeky move there by Thomas Ingram Hill. That was absolutely textbook. Used the curbing through on turn 8. There was room there to get through on Tom Strehler. And now Thomas Ingram Hill gets through for 4th place. 1 more lap to go. The top 3 have started breaking away from 4th. Timo Jungling leads going on to the final lap by just over 0.12 of a second. Boluet in 2nd place. Kenzo Craigie in 3rd place, has got the ringside seat. Thomas Ingram Hill being closely followed by his DHR teammate Tom Strehler. Kenzo Craigie swept wide going through into turn 4 to get the run on Boluet, heading into turn 5. Now through into the sweeper at 6 for the final time. Still not an opportunity for Kenzo Craigie to get through. But Timo Jungling looks over his right shoulder very, very briefly to see where Louette and Craigie are. It's going to be close. It could be a run to the line coming out of the chicane as we're on the 9th and final lap of this race. Final right-hander now putting the pedal to the metal. Who's going to come out of the chicane first and take the win? It is going to be the United Kingdom's Timo Jungling that wins Heat 2 by just 0.12 of a second. Ahead of Louette, Kenzo Craigie takes 3rd position. Thomas Ingram-Hill in 4th. Tom Strelett, Max Sidersky, Archie Clark, Joshua Graham. Zain El Homosani will take 9th, even though he does have a 3-second time penalty for 2 wheels out of the tram lines when the start happened. So broke formation early. He will stay 9th, ahead of August Reber. Slovakia's Laura Bubenova will finishes in 11th, ahead of Armand Hamilton, who started from the dummy grid and finished in 12th position. Knud Nielsen, Theo Palmer, Sebastian Koch ran at the top 15, ahead of Sky Parker, Antoine Crisel, Ben Kaminski, Hamza Al-Fayez. After that drama in the mid part of the race, the Jordanian would finish 19th, with Oscar Gouchot a non-starter. Right, okay. Well, earlier on this week, there were a couple of birthdays that happened, one of which happened to the father of one of our senior Rotax drivers, Professor Aite Hilets, earlier on this week, celebrating a birthday. Also, the fact that Danny Sweeney, team boss at Argenti Motorsport Plus, his 1-year-old daughter, both celebrated their birthday this week. So many happy returns to everybody. Henry Cameron has just jumped into YouTube saying, good luck to Ultimate R and Sky Parker. Thank you very much for that, Henry. Make sure that, I'm sure that Sky will be keeping an eye, in some respects, on messages that are coming through. So please don't forget, if you haven't already got involved in the chat, please feel free to do so. Please make sure that your comments are appropriate. Would be greatly appreciated. And thank you to the climbing subscribers that we've had. We've reached north of 900 so far coming into this race weekend, and quite a few people watching at the moment, I do see. So thank you very much for tuning in for all the racing action over the course of the weekend. We will be going right the way through to about 5:30 this afternoon local time here in Belgium. We're going to have a lunch break at 12:30 for an hour. So for those watching at home, if you're wondering what the timetable is, it is actually in the description. So you can keep up to date with that. Also, live timing and results links are also in the description on both streams for both respective days. We will also be uploading all respective races, so we do record them live as they happen, so you will be able to watch whichever race you want completely free of charge whenever, wherever you are in the world, whether it be on your smartphone, your tablet, your laptop, or your personal computer. Now time to take you through the starting order for race number 4 of the meeting. Heat 1 for Senior Road Tax, it's Groups A versus B. After time qualifying yesterday, Kai Rillertz was the fastest driver through total combined qualification. He will line up on the front row on pole. Alongside him will be Sean Butcher, last year's champion. Fahin Mega and Montego Marson make it an all-German row number 2. Sebastian Bach and Austin Lee, row number 3. Matthew Higgins and Miska Kaskinen, that's an all-DHR, row number 4, with Mark Kimber and the pride of Scotland, Lewis Gilbert, rounding out the top 10. Jaden Teen and Vic Stevens, that's row 6. Then we have Zombar Kovac, Nolan Lemerhay, Sverre Ubben, Lotus Sveen, Matteo Pianizzola, Zach Scala, Hugo Brunn, and Scott Westhovens rounding out the top 20. Alexander Savinkov, Lachlan Robinson, Danny Shields making his debut as a senior over here in Europe, followed by Magic Hemera and Paul Simard rounding out the 25-strong grid. So all of the senior road tax heats will take have a duration of 10 minutes plus an additional lap. So this could be the opportunity for Kai Rillertz, who will start pretty much for every single race this here today on Heats Day, to get a maximum score and really bring himself back into the top end of the championship fight. As the final round will head to the home of British karting between the 8th and the 10th of September this year at Paul Fletcher International. The home of Kart Masters, the home of Trent Valley Kart Club, will provide a thrilling spectacle for our our season finale for our 6th season. 10 minutes on the timer. So it's going to be Rillertz from Butcher on the front row, followed by Mega, Marson, Bach, Lee, Higgins, Kaskinen, Kimber and Gilbert. That is your top 10. We now get ready into formation. 25 drivers, that's 12.5 rows of competitors as people watching from the grandstands. Into the tram lines we go. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out first time. Good start by the pole sitter. Up the inside going through. We're trying to get through on Sean Butcher. That is Fahin Mega. And Butcher still round the outside through into turn 3, but he has to relinquish second. Jaden Teen already getting his elbows out, trying to get through around the outside of Austin Lee. Through turn number 4. Now into 5, into 6. The fast right-hand sweeper. 2 off the track, but they keep it pinned. One of which was Alexander Savinkov from Argenti Motorsport. Someone also trying to go around the outside through the exit of turn number 7. But Kai Rillertz leads the way. Fahin Mega in second. Sean Butcher in third. Fourth looks to be Sebastian Bach from Denmark. As they come through the final right-hander, Montego Marson rounds out the top 5 and is right on the coattails of the Dane down the start-finish straight. Well, actually, no, he's behind. That is Matthew Higgins. So Higgins is now 5th. Austin Lee drops to 7th. Mark Kimber, Jaden Thien, and Francis Nolan Lemerhay round out the top 10. Up the inside, through on Fahin Mega. Through turn 4, that's Sean Butcher. The 301 from the United Kingdom. He gets through. A lot of dust being kicked up and actually being through the amount of side draft being exercised by the side pods. Coming through turn 5, the sand that was put onto the track has now literally been blasted off it. Rillertz is starting to build a lead now in the 374. He made a switch midway through the season from Kraft Motorsport, and we've had 2 off, one of which is the 375 of Matthew Higgins. I think the other one is Sebastian Bach, and that is a real shame for the 338 from Denmark. And now the elbows are really out, a bit of a scrape of wheels. One of which was Montego Marson, the other one was Austin Lee in the 379. I did see some smoke hit the air. So Sebastian Bach out and in the kitty litter. Oh, bit of a moment there. That was for the Yaz Racing Yaz Heat Racing Academy driver. That was Zach Scowler. And there is absolute pandemonium all off the track. That was Vic Stevens. Sverre Ubben drops a few places in the meantime as Vic Stevens went off coming out of turn 7. So they've still got to keep it a bit calm. They've got to reel those elbows in, cross the T's, dot the I's. And at the moment, Gilles has a 4/10 of a second advantage over Butcher. Mariembourg completes the top 3. Mark Kimber now 4th. Montego Masson 5th. Jaden Teen has now got Austin Lee up the inside, and that's a change for 6th. And Jaden Teen says, no, you don't, Sunshine. I'm going back up the inside. And then all of a sudden, Lewis Gilbert went, oh, thanks very much. Thanks, Austin. I'll go through as well. So that's a positional change there for Lewis Gilbert. He's back up to 7th now. Vic Stevens has got Zombor Kovac right on his case as we got 2 intertangling. That is the 9.35 of Hugo Brun and the 9.32. That is Danny Shields from the UAE. That was coming out of turn. You know what? I've never seen that before. Both drivers getting the carts off. No marshals required on that one. They've managed to do the clean-up. But can Danny Shields get the cart started? Hugo Brun can. Fastest lap of the race, Vic Stevens at the moment, 55.340. The Belgian now up into the top 10 in the 369 from Dams Racing. As Austin Lee now trying to get back up the inside of Lewis Gilbert through turn 4. No possibility of that happening there. He's got the flying fin. Miska Kaskinen right with him in the 385. There's Vic Stevens. He went grass tracking out of this particular corner just a couple of laps ago. But the Belgian now keeps it on the black stuff for the minute. 5 minutes and 30 seconds still to go. The air temperature is still on the increase, folks. We are now at 27 degrees Celsius. So these drivers will need a lot of hydration over the course of the day. Vic Stevens puts in another fastest lap of the race of 55.340. Mark Kimber's not too far adrift from that. The 3:02 from Strawberry Racing. A 3 times Grand Finals champion. 2016 as a junior, 2021 in Bahrain as a senior, and last year at Portimao as a DD2 driver. The only driver to have won 3 different classes at the Grand Finals in its history. And that's over 2 decades worth of history. Coming up to 4.5 minutes to go. Kai Gillitz's lead was just under 4.5 tenths of a second. We're about to complete lap number 6. And Gillitz's lead is now 5.5 tenths of a second. Mariembourg still rounds out the top 3. 4th is Mark Kimber. 5th is Montego Masson. A further 1.2 seconds back is Jaden Teen. He's about 7 tenths ahead of Lewis Gilbert. Austin Lee, Miska Kaskinen, Vic Stevens round out the top 10. Sebastian Bach out. Hugo Brun with that unfortunate collision with Danny Shields through the exit of turn 7 is out. Danny Shields still circulating behind Sverre Ubben. That was a bit close there. That was a change. 7th goes to Austin Lee now ahead of Lewis Gilbert, as they were side by side coming through turn 7, I believe. 3 minutes and 38 seconds still remaining on the timer. And Montego Masson again keeping close to Mark Kimber. That's for 4th on the road. Sverre Ubben has now pulled it into the pits. So the 344 from Belgium with GKS Lemons Power is out after 5 laps. Gilles has extended his lead with just over 3 minutes to go to nearly 3/4 of a second over Sean Butcher, and has now just put in the fastest lap of the race. 55.114 for the 16-year-old based out of Tremelo. Also a recent winner of the 12 Hours of Monza with the Creventic 24-hour series with Red Ant Racing in the Porsche Cup class. He's also taken part in a 6-hour endurance race at, I think it was at Spa-Francorchamps, if I remember correctly. And Gillets now expanding that lead to nigh on a second after 8 laps of racing. Mark Kimber still keeping Montego Masson at bay. The one at the front is not defending that much, but the one behind is not attacking that much. So it's a bit of an even Stevens between the pair. So 2 minutes still to go. And Gillets looks to continually, comfortably expand that lead that he has at the moment over Sean Butcher. So 22 of the 25 starters are still running. Gillets' lead is now nearly 1.1 seconds over Butcher with 1.5 minutes still remaining. Butcher second, Farin Mega holding on nicely to third, but is being closed in on by Mark Kimber and Montego Masson. And Farin Mega was actually the slowest of the trio. 5.8 seconds cover the top 10, rounded out by Scotland's Lewis Gilbert. And he's just a fraction behind Vic Stevens in 9th. Miska Kaskinen from Finland in 8th place, with 1.8 seconds separating 7th to 10th place. Coming down to the final 60 seconds. So we're going to have 2 more laps to go, after, including this one that we're about to go on, as we head on to lap number 11. Gillets' lead now is 1.2 seconds. Ahead of Butcher, Mega, Kimber, Marson, Thien, Austin Lee, Miska Kaskinen, Vic Stevens, Lewis Gilbert. Lachlan Robinson has made some headway through this race. He's made up 8 places so far, from 22nd to 14th. Oh, and there's a moment. Oh, Magic Chimera. He said his European campaign would be on a wing and a prayer, so I'm not too sure if there was an engine-related or power-related issue there for the 909. But after this, we're going to have 1 more lap to go. Gillets continues to lead. And that lead has expanded further, 1.34 seconds over Butcher, Farin Mega. And again, it has really just stabilised between the top 10. However, Kovac is 11th. Robinson now up 10 places, because we've had, obviously, with that drama with Magic Chimera, he's dropped all the way down to 21st position. So Lachlan Robinson, Nolan Emery, Matteo Pianizzola, and Argenti Motorsports' Alexander Savinkov, representing the UK, now complete the top 15. But we are just seconds away from seeing who's going to be winning the first senior Rotax Heat. And it's a home country hero. It is Kai Gillets, commanding cool as a cucumber from the 374, based out of Tremelo. The 16-year-old wins the first heat by just 1.2 seconds ahead of Sean Butcher, the reigning and defending champion. Farin Mega was third ahead of Mark Kimber. Montego Masson completes the top 5. Jaden Thien, Austin Lee, Miska Kaskinen, Vic Stevens, and Lewis Gilbert round out the top 10. Zombor Kovac, Lachlan Robinson, Nolan Lemeray, Matteo Pianizzola, Alexander Savinkov, Scott Westhoven's Lotus Thien. Matthew Higgins recovers after the dramas for him earlier on in the race with that incident with Sebastian Bach. Rounds out the top 18. Zach Scowler and Paul Simard rounds out the top 20 out of Magic Chimera and Danny Shields. And I've just been informed by live timing that Nolan Lemeray will be demoted from 13th with a 5-second post-race penalty for pushing. So on lap number 5, we lost Sverre Ubben from Belgium. Lap 3, Hugo Brun with the incident involving him and Danny Shields. And then the lap 2 incident involving Sebastian Bach and Matthew Higgins. So just had also some further confirmed results from earlier on today. So, of course, mentioned that Nikita Lubimov won the opening heat for Minimax. So Kasper Schurmans has been confirmed as the race winner of Heat 1 Junior Rotax A versus B, along with Timo Jungling for Heat number 2. Now, Heat 1, Lucas Sells was second ahead of Alberto Kiko Fracassi. Boris Maximov and Thomas Behrman ran at the top 5. Matej Radenkovic was sixth ahead of Julian Kovacevic, with Max Cuthbert, Charlie Smith and Aras Mijalskis from the United Kingdom running at the top 10. Charlie Smith started from the back of the grid. And also the fact that we did have in a next heat, which was problems for Armand Hamilton from Hungary, we did have 5-second time penalties given to 5 drivers. So Olivier Jonkers ended up 11th, Georges Nassar 16th, and we had Ollie Wise in the 256 that was 18th, and the 272 of Mariembourg, who all ended up being demoted due to a 5-second front fairing penalty. Now, we did have we had a 3-second and a couple of 5-second time penalties given out in the second heat earlier on, which was won by Timo Jungling by just 0.12 of a second ahead of Bolowet. Kenzo Craigie made it the top 3, covered by just under 3.5 tenths of a second ahead of Thomas Ingram Hill and Tom Strela. Max Sidursky had a good showing in 6th ahead of Archie Clark. Joshua Graham, let's not forget, started from the back end of the field, finished in 8th. So good performance from him. Zain El Homosani finished 9th on the road, stayed 9th on the road, even with having broken the tram lines by 2 wheels. That's a 3-second time penalty. Then we had August Rabel running at the top 10 ahead of Laura Bubanova. Armand Hamilton from the dummy grid to finish P12 ahead of Kurt Nielsen, Theo Palmer, Antoine Grisel. And then we had Sebastian Koch from Germany and Sky Parker. They both picked up front-fairing penalties post-race, so were demoted to 16th and 17th, respectively. Ben Kaminsky, 18th. Hamza Al-Fayez was looking very, very racy, but unfortunately a turn 4 incident meant that the Jordanian would finish 19th and Oscar Gouchot would not start. So we do have a total of 49 senior Rotax drivers from, if memory serves me correctly, is 13 nations out of the 22. Well, I think, no, it's 15 nations out of the 22. And as always, senior Rotax, we are going to have, after the 6 heats today, the top 30 will go through to the pre-final and the final tomorrow. But then the remainder, which will be 19 drivers battling over the top 6 positions to go through to the top 36, will have a second chance heat tomorrow morning. Now it's time for the grid for Race 5, Senior Rotax, Heat 2, Group C versus D. On pole position, it's going to be Devian Horst with Jules Roussel from France alongside on the front row. Paul Fauquemin from France and the returning Archie Walker from the United Kingdom will be on row number 2. Mathis Turlot and Laurent Legault will be on row number 3. Elia Papacena, coached by the legend Baz Lammers, will start from the inside of row number 4. Alongside him will be the outgoing Junior European Rotax champion from last year, Ethan Jeff Hall. Maxence Bouvier will be partnered with Tommy van der Stoys on row number 5, completing the top 10. Daniel Housworth and Dion van Verven, that will be row 6 ahead of Kai Hunter and Paul Grisel. Then we've also got James Swindells and Robbie Stauder, row 8. Row 9, William Christensen and Mitch Haynett. Patrick Donica and Miro Halika round out the top 20, completing the 24-strong grid. Greece's Ilias Kaliakmanis, Australia's Kamal Manad, the Netherlands' Pat Gubbles, and the UAE's Rafael Jesus. So, revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? The second Senior Rotax Heat gets underway. And a very good start from the pole sitter, from Devian Horst. But everyone was swarming through. There's a lockup of brakes, and 2 have gone off already. Trying to pick out the numbers, one of which might have been... I'm not too sure. That's the thing. We've got so many Tony karts out on the circuit. And one of which is the 311. Oh, Tommy van der Stoys. We've got more dramas as the back bumper on the 372 is upwards and at an angle on the left-hand side. And that is Paul Grisel. So the 372 from France, that's sticking upwards. It's not scraping or loose. A very different proposition as opposed to seeing back bumpers loose because there's been an impact on the rear of the cart. So, first lap completed, and now we're going to have a bit of an argy-bargy here. Paul Fauquemin and Archie Walker get through on Devian Ross, going through into turn 1 as we start lap number 2. Through turn 3, now into the left here at 4. 4th place, that is Jules Roussel. Elia Papacena running out the top 5. Into the left-hander. Oh, try for a move. Up through the inside, and that was very, very close indeed. Very close indeed. There has been no change between Jules Roussel and Devian Horst. Horst is now in 3rd position. Roussel is 4th. So they are line of stand. There's a little bit of battling. Oh, someone's gone 2 wheels onto the grass. Oh, and that is the 396, Austria's Daniel Hausworth, looking at the right-hand side, and he's slowing. The Austrian is slowing. Elia Papacena is defending, and he's currently P3. He's ahead of Jules Roussel and Maxence Bouvier. Devian Horst now down into effectively 6th position. Now he's got back through on Maxence Bouvier for P5. As Daniel Hausworth's race went from great to not so great, coming through one of the moments that you don't want. You come out of a corner and you've got no waft from the engine on the right-hand side of you. 2.5 minutes completed, 7.5 to go, plus an additional lap. Drivers looking to make the best of their window of opportunity in these 3 heats that they will compete in. Across the line to complete lap number 3, it is Paul Voorkwemen, Archie Walker and Elia Papasena. There's the move. That's a nice one from Dion Van Verven onto Laurent Legault from Canada. The driver based out of Montreal. Probably not too far from the Circuit de Gilles Villeneuve. Oh, bit of a barnstorming move there. That was from the 3:48 of Australia's Kamal Murad on Mitch Haynert in the 3:54, running with TB Karts Netherlands. But at the front end of the field, the most experienced, and also one big fact here to remember is that Paul Voorkwemen is the eldest driver in this field. He's 31 years of age. The youngest drivers in senior Rotax this season, 14. That's quite a big age spread when you think about it. 6.25 minutes still to go. And now Papasena looking up the inside. Through on Archie Walker goes the Italian. And now up to second. Here comes Jules Roussel. Archie Walker through 2 to 3 corners. Drops down from second to fourth. If you are the one being chased going through across the start-finish line here at Mariembourg, the momentum carried, the slipstream is absolutely enormous. And once you get that additional side draft, you're able to pull alongside. And one of the good things is there's a lot of spatial awareness from the drivers going into turn 1. If you find you've got someone right up your exhaust pipe, the first thing that you're going to do is not often challenge it. And the reason being is you don't want an accident happening, and you both end up in the barriers on the exit of T1. 5 minutes and 15 to go. Lap 5 completed. Papasena is within a 10th and a half of Voorkwemen for the race lead. And there is Devian Rost, who's trying to close back in. Roussel looking up the inside of Papasena. That was a neat move by the French driver. Who's a privateer, let's not forget, running on the Sodi kart. And gets through on MKC Motorsports' Elia Papasena, who's now down to 3rd place. Devian Horst is now right with Archie Walker in the battle for P4. Top 5 last time were covered by just over 8.5 tenths of a second. So Voorkwemen leads the field over the line, completes lap number 5. Oh, bit of a fight between Archie Walker and Elia Papasena, and a cheeky nibble on the curbs by Debian Horst. Sees the number 345 from the Netherlands get through. So Papasena demoted down to 5th place. And one person that's been moving his way slowly but steadily up from starting 13th on the grid. No surprise here. The Pride of Sunderland now up into 4th. Kai Hunter through on Elia Papasena. So Kai Hunter started down in 13th position. He's now in 5th. That's 8 positions gained by the 20-year-old from Sunderland. So across the line to complete another lap. Roussel and Voorkwemen line astern into turn 1. 62 thousandths of a second apart. Archie Walker is about, well, just over half a second behind. As they make their way through turn number 4 once again. It's only going to be a matter of time before Jules Roussel decides when the opportunity will present itself, and it seems to be the case. Oh, change for 4th. And that is Devian Horst now being passed by Kai Hunter. Elia Papasena, the 304, right on the coattails once again of the 345 from the Netherlands, as now they will make their way through onto the start-finish straight. 2.5 minutes still to go, plus an additional lap for Voorkwemen and Roussel in formation. And Archie Walker has closed that gap down to just under 4.5 tenths. Hunter now in 4th position. Devian Horst has set the fastest lap of the race. That was until Paul Grisel, the 372, with a slightly diagonally upward, left-hand side of the rear bumper. Let's just put in the fastest lap, 55.422 seconds. There's a battle at the bottom of the top 10 because Laurent Legault has got William Christensen from RS Competition not too far behind. Tommy van der Sooy is now back up into P12. And at the moment, Roussel is still holding, I wouldn't say holding back, but waiting. So we'll want to have the opportunity to get through. So now, with 1 minute and 12 seconds still to go, Forquemin still holding on to that race lead, but it isn't the case anymore. Roussel has found a way through, and Archie Walker is now with them. In that respect, it could be any one of these three, maybe even make it the top 6, because within 1.7 seconds of each other, there are the following drivers: Jules Roussel, Paul Forquemin, Archie Walker, Kai Hunter, Devian Horst, Elia Papasena. You could even consider maybe even Ethan Jeff Hall, who's now got to within 2.5 seconds of the leaders. Now we go on to the penultimate race lap of this particular heat. Lap 11, out of 12, underway. So the timer will expire on this particular lap. Fastest lap of the race. Driver currently sitting in 5th position. Devian Horst, a 55.183 second lap time for the youngster from the Netherlands. So timer has expired. One more lap remains, and it's Jules Roussel leading a French 1-2. And his gap between him and Paul Forquemin has expanded to nearly 4.5 tenths of a second at this moment. Walker, Hunter, Horst, Papasena could be in a chance with getting into 2nd position. Defence from Hunter going into turn 4 on Devian Horst for the final time. Into the left-hander here at 5. And through the very fast right-hand sweeper. They're accelerating as they go through it. They'll be hitting about north of 100 kph, going into the braking zone into turn 7. Jules Roussel bided his time and will, alongside Kai Rillertz, each respectively pick up the opening heat races of the day. The Frenchman in the 3:08 does the business at hand and wins ahead of his countryman Paul Forquemin by just under 8.5 tenths of a second. Archie Walker takes P3 ahead of Kai Hunter, Devian Horst, with Elia Papasena rounding out the top 6. Devian Horst taking the fastest lap of the race of a 55.183. Ethan Jeff Hall, Maxence Bouvier, William Christensen, Dion van Verven round out the top 10. Tommy van der Sooy, after his turn 2 off-track exit stage left incident, rounded out the top 11 ahead of Canada's Laurent Legault, with James Swindells from Excel Motorsport in 13th. Mathis Turlot, Robbie Stauder round out the top 15 ahead of Mitch Haynert, Paul Grisel, Kamal Murad from Australia, Greece's Ilias Kaliakmanis, Poland's Patrick Donica, Finland's Miro Halika, and the Netherlands' Pat Gubbels rounding out the 22 finishers that completed all 12 laps, with Rafael Jesus and Daniel Houseworth retiring on laps 3 and 2 respectively. Now we go to our final race before the lunch break. It's race 6 out of 18 today here on Heat State. It's DD2 and DD2 Masters Heat number 1. Here is your starting order. It's going to be Enzo Boll on the front row. Please excuse the graphics that we've got on the screen at the moment. It's Enzo Boll on pole position, and alongside him will be the current championship leader in DD2, will be Martin van Leeuwen from the Netherlands. Then it is Axel Sarniala and Lucas Pernaut from Finland and from Canada. Then it is also going to be Jakub Bezel and Manuel Tenchert on row 3. Maxim Shurko, the young Lithuanian hotshot, will be on the inside of row number 4 with Victor Frostbay alongside. Dennis Thum will be starting from DD2 Masters pole position from the inside of row 5 and will have, by way of Poland via Wales, David Outlechner, Nicolas Picot, Maxime Dirix, Leonardo Baccaglini, Nicolas Guillaume, aka Uno Mas, Patrick Snolls, Loch Mellis, Tomasz Birstins, Mats Johan Overhoff, Carl Gustav Bogard, Peder Bezel, and Martina Stankiewicz running out the top 20. Combined, it's a 31-strong grid. We've got Ed Matthews, Jules Cousin, Philip Moitzi, Sebastian Schul, Alexander Scheiblecker, Christoph Capitan, Michael Becker, Lucas de Vera, Igor Mukin, Kamil Kubera, and last but by certainly no means least, in 31st position, the UAE's Tony Hogg. So at the moment, in the way of the championships being led, Martina Stankiewicz is leading in DD2 Masters, but Martin van Leeuwen starting on the outside of the front row, alongside Enzo Boll, who is one of his closest competitors, currently 3rd in the championship. Outlechner has got some work to do from 10th on the grid, even though it is just Heats Day today. So the drivers now roll their way through the chicane and down the start-finish straight. The revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out first time. We are underway through into turn number 1. Or are we? I'm just seeing. Well, I didn't see. They are underway, so we are heading into turns 2 and 3. And Enzo Boll has kept the lead. Van Leeuwen looking to get through. Up through into turn 4. 2, 3 abreast, one cutting the grass on the right-hand side. So they go through into turn 6. That was Lucas Pernaut losing a position through that corner. Tony Hogg getting his elbows out at the back end of the field. So, Martin van Leeuwen really trying to put the frighteners onto Enzo Boll early, towards the end of the first lap here at Mariembourg in this DD2 and DD2 Masters opening heat, as they come through the chicane at over 115 kilometers an hour. And it's Sarniala that's holding on to that P3, head of Jakub Bezel, who tries to look up through the inside. And Maxim Shurko goes side by side with Manuel Tenchert, and then nearly loses out to Victor Frostbay, who's got right behind him the charging youngster from Poland, David Outlechner. Maxime Dirix also factoring in as Outlechner went up the inside. There's someone off the track. There's someone off the track there as well. Was that Nicolas Picot? I think it might have been. The 517 was 9th going into the approach into turn 7, and all of a sudden his front fairing starts cutting grass. The top 4 starting to try and break away, rounded out by the Czech Republic's Jakub Bezel in the 4:23. But Enzo Boll leads by just 0.16 of a second. Sarniala in 3rd behind Martin van Leeuwen as now Bezel looks for the move up the inside of the 20-year-old from Espoo in Finland. And Jakub Bezel gets through. Shurko up to 5th past Tenchert. Victor Frostbay now 7th. Head of Outlechner, Dirix, and Peder Bezel, and Mats Johan Overhoff in the meantime has dropped all the way down to stone dead last. A bit further back, Alexander Scheiblecker, I think, might have just had Christophe Capitan up the inside through into turn number 7. There is the 5:33 of current DD2 Masters points leader after the opening 2 rounds from Vilnius in Lithuania. Martinas Stankiewicz, he's just ahead of the 4:11 of Tomasz Birstins. Enzo Bol still holds onto the lead after nearly 3 minutes of racing. Jakub Bezel up to 3rd. Axel Sarniala being pressurised by Lithuania's Maxim Shirko as Maxim Dirix just makes it up the inside. Through on David Outlechner, through into turn number 4. And that's for 8th place. They've got Peter Bezel hot on their heels on the run through turn 6 into the turn 7 right-hand hairpin. It's nip and tuck between the top 2. Make that the top 3. Could be less than 4/10 of a second when they cross the stripe to complete lap number 4 here in this opening heat out of 3. So it looks like Mats-Johan Overhoff has not progressed past sector 2. 81 thousandths was the difference after 4 laps between Enzo Bol and Martin van Leeuwen. It was just over 2.5 tenths. Oh, as Maxim Shirko nearly touches the right rear. And there is the move for second. Jakub Bezel through and Martin van Leeuwen. Shirko was looking up the inside of Axel Sarniala. Through into turn number 3. Nearly clobbered into the right rear of the Finns Kart Republic chassis, but thought better of it. And oh no, Lucas Pernaut's weekend has already gotten off to a bad start. Qualifying went really, really well for the Canadian, who's been doing a lot of coaching with fellow countryman Ryan Gandor in minis and juniors, especially last time out at Val d'Argenton in Western France in the last weekend of May. And Enzo Bol now has nearly a 2.5 of a second lead. Fastest lap of the race so far by a very, very rapid Italian who's now up into 14th. Leonardo Baccaglini, 55.451 from the 4:24. Michael Becker, hopefully he's not racing on a broken chassis this weekend. He's just got past Alexander Scheiblecker at 4th position and has put a kart between himself and, well, 2 karts actually between himself and Christophe Capitan, because Jules Cousin from Dams Racing in the 4:51 from France is now between the pair. Oh, Jakub Bezel looking very, very early into the penultimate the second from last right-hander on the circuit to try and stick his nose up the inside of Enzo Bol, but he's lost all that momentum right now. 4 minutes and 25 seconds still to go. Nearly 3/10 cover the top 2. Nearly half a second the top 3. Top 10 rounded out, folks, by David Outlechner, covered by 3.3 seconds. You go all the way down to 25th with the 5.99 from DD2 Masters, Christophe Capitan. After 6 laps, they are covered by just 8.6 seconds. That's incredible. That's how incredibly close DD2 and DD2 Masters competition can be. But Enzo Bol, after nearly 7 laps, continues to lead the way. His lead over Jakub Bezel last time was just over 0.28 of a second. Is that going to expand? Yes, it is. Nearly 3.5 tenths. As Maxim Shirko again looks up the inside of Axel Sarniala through turn 1, but he can't get through. So Sarniala keeps on the racing line, holds his ground. So 3 minutes still to go, plus an additional lap. Shirko waiting in the wings, getting ever closer to the back bumper of Axel Sarniala, especially going through into turn 7. As a little bit of a moment there for one of the RM competition karts. Might have been more than likely Christophe Capitan. Had a bit of a wobble coming out of turn 5. But Enzo Bol continuing to try and pull a little bit of a lead. It was nearly 3.5 tenths of a second after 7 laps. We're now completing lap number 8 with 2 minutes and 33 to go. And Jakob Bezel in second position has got the fastest lap, 55.140, 4/100ths faster than the race leader. In the meantime, Maxim Shurko has got past Axel Sarniala. And Shurko, on that particular occasion, was slightly slower than Sarniala. Well, slightly faster, actually, I might add. It was only 52 thousandths behind, so would be winding up, coming out of the chicane, following on from the final right-hander here at the circuit and getting through. There is David Outlechner. He is still battling away. He's got the likes of, that's Ed Matthews in front of him from DHR. Ed sometimes does some work on the tools at Dan Holland's awning for certain drivers. But good to see him back behind the wheel once again. He was with us here last season at this particular circuit here at Mariembourg. And Jakob Bezel again, second successive lap. Fastest lap of the race, 55.042. 55.170. No wonder that gap, and that's the lap time from Enzo Bol. No wonder that gap from Jakob Bezel to Enzo Bol was halved in just nearly 1.4 kilometres. So Outlechner having to work. Pernod out on lap 2. Overhoff out on lap 1. We're down to 29 total drivers. And Tony Hogg finds himself ahead of fellow DD2 Masters driver from Gem Kart Club VACR. That is Kamil Kubera on the 5:29 Sodi entry from the Czech Republic. So we're going to go on to our penultimate lap, lap 11 out of 12. Enzo Bol has turned the tables. Well, he went to within 4/1000ths of Jakob Bezel's fastest lap. And Jakob Bezel, last time round, 0.22 of a second slower. And now has Van Leeuwen right on his case. So Van Leeuwen, 0.625 behind Enzo Bol. So we head into the final 20 seconds of this race. So still some opportunities for other drivers to make some moves up the order. David Outlechner has had a bit of a shocker in this opening heat. He really hasn't had the best of it all. He was running in the bottom part of the top 15. Now he's running behind Martinas Stankiewicz. Final lap now underway of the morning's action. Enzo Bol still has just over a point, nearly a 3.5 tenths of a second advantage ahead of Jakob Bezel. Axel Sarniala has lost a position to Victor Frostbay in the meantime. That's a change for 5th. Martinas Stankiewicz is 18th. David Outlechner in his first heat this weekend is running 19th. That is going to be a tall pill. That's going to be a bitter pill for the 465 based out of Bargoed in South Wales. He started 10th, let's not forget. And at the moment, the highest placed DD2 Masters driver is Nicolas Picot, currently running P14 at the minute as things stand. But Enzo Bol takes first blood in DD2 as they come across the line. And it is going to be Nicolas Picot that wins in DD2 Masters. So Enzo Bol takes the victory. Led pretty much every single lap of this race. And wins by just over 0.27 of a second after 12 laps. Finishing ahead of Jakob Bezel, Martin Van Leeuwen, Maxim Shurko, Victor Frostbay, who complete the top 5. Axel Sarniala in 6th, Manuel Tenschert, Peter Bezel, Maxim Dix and Patrick Snols-Lochmelis complete the top 10, covered by 4.66 seconds after 12 laps. Nicolas Guillaume, okay, Unomas, he was 11th ahead of Ed Matthews, Leonardo Baccaglini, and your provisional winner in DD2 Masters, Nicolas Picot, in 14th. Carl Gustav Borger completes the top 15 ahead of Dennis Thum, 16th on the road, 2nd in DD2 Masters. Thomas Birstjens in 17th ahead of Martinas Stankiewicz, who completes the top 18 and rounds out the top 3 in DD2 Masters ahead of David Altishner and Sebastian Schur, who complete the top 20, with Philip Moitzi, Michael Becker, Jules Cousin, Christophe Capitin, Alexander Scheiblecker, Igor Mukin, Lucas de Vera, Tony Hogg, and Camille Kubera rounding out the 29 strong that finished the race. And unfortunately, on lap 2, due to technical retirements, we lost Lucas Bernal and Mats Johan Overhoff. So that concludes the morning action, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for tuning in onto the official YouTube channel for the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. But we have some big news, because later on this year, in the last weekend of October, we will be having a double event, something very, very special. Of course, there were the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Festival now goes to a new location. It heads to Karting Genk, the home of champions, where we already have the confirmed Grand Finals tickets as follows. 1 for the Micromax winner, 1 for the Minimax winner. And also, it marks the same weekend that the Golden Trophy returns. This will be between the 27th and the 29th of October. Junior, Senior, DD2 and DD2 Masters will be back in action at the 1,360-metre circuit in the Limburg region of Belgium. Ladies and gentlemen, for the Golden Trophy and for the Grand Festival, entries are now officially open. That's it from us until just before 1:30 this afternoon, as we get back kicking and screaming into the remaining 12 races here on Heat Stay at Karting Defagne in Mariembourg. Welcome back after the lunch break as we get underway with our second of 3 mini-max heats. Here is your starting grid. So the starting order will be as it was for Heat 1 and also will be the same for Heat number 3. Nikita Lyubimov, the Heat 1 race winner, will once again start from pole position. Alongside him will be Lucas Stordeur. Lars Lambers and Cole Denham will be on row 2. Jacob Ashcroft and Nico van Berkel, row 3. Felipe Perez and Mariembourg will be on row number 4, with Oliver Warner and Albert Friend completing the top 10. Isaac Barker, Rory Armstrong, Tom Reed, Maxim Bobrishov and Christian Sejersen will complete the top 15, as Denny Babacek, Jack Freeman, Konstantinos Kandelidis, Ran van der Weken and Vic van Kampenhout complete the top 20. Running out the 24-strong grid will be Jakob Kubera, Nico Schwerz, Kieran Stewart and Amelie Davey. The drivers now complete their sighting lap and go on to the official formation lap ahead of 7 minutes plus 1 lap of racing around this 1,388 metre clockwise directional circuit. So 2 tickets will be up for grabs for this weekend for the Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy, taking place in just a few weeks' time. Make that 3 weeks from now at the Le Mans Karting International Circuit in, well, just off of the Porsche curves, off of the Circuit de la Sarthe in Le Mans. Jacob Ashcroft has already secured his place through winning the opening round at Karting Genk in April of this year. So the two highest placed drivers this weekend, if they are behind Jacob Ashcroft come the event result, will also get their ticket for the international trophy. The temperature has further increased over the course of the lunch break, and we are now at 29 degrees Celsius. So including this, we have another 12 heats to go until the end of the race day here at Karting Défagne International Raceway in Mariembourg in Belgium. The drivers now head through the chicane. They split, they go into the tram lines. Are we ready? Are we steady? Heat 2 for Minimax is underway, and a good start from round the outside. Great move by Lucas Stordeur to get through on Nikita Lyubimov round the outside of the opening corner on the opening lap just after the start. Got a real head of steam and powered right round the outside of the Estonian, as the drivers are some points 2 abreast coming through out of turn number 4. Into turn 5, the left-hander for the first time. Everyone neatly making it through so far. Two by two, a little bit further back. Looks like Maxim Bobrishov was battling away, maybe with Isaac Barker, as they go through the tight, chicane-driven infield with a few S-bends to boot. Drivers come out of the final right-hander and through into the flat-out chicane that leads them onto the start-finish straight. But after the opening lap, Stordeur did lead, but for a couple of seconds, but they're side-by-side again. The top 2, and this is going to allow Cole Denham to get through, possibly. And he does get through into second. Lars Lambers up into third. And Stordeur has to fend off the advances of Jacob Ashcroft, who right behind has got the youngster from the Netherlands, Lieke van Berkel. She's currently in P6. Oliver Warner now past Albert Friend for 7th as they go through into turn number 7. All little bit of a moment there. That was possibly for Mariembourg in the 102 representing the UAE. That was sideways. Not too sure if there might have been a slight assist from behind. So go through into the final couple of right-handers and onto the main start-finish straight, which goes through this uphill climb over the crest and over the start-finish line. Lap number 2 completed. Lyubimov leads for a complete lap. Denham in second, Lambers, Stordeur down to 4th, Ashcroft, Van Berkel, Warner, Friend, Isaac Barker now past Mariembourg for 10th position, for 9th position. heading into turn number 7, the right-hand hairpin. Very, very difficult to sometimes manage where the gaps can be found to get through. But if Thomas Ingram Hill can do it, I'm sure that anyone else might be able to. Oh, very, very jittery a little bit there from Jacob Ashcroft going through into the final couple of right-handers. But he's past Lieke van Berkel. So the 122 from Western-Supermare now up into 5th place. And now a little bit further behind, Isaac Barker looking up the inside of Albert Friend, gets through. Friend gets the cut back through the exit of turn 1. And he's going to get through before turns 2 and 3. Now another change for position. This time it's Jacob Ashcroft on Lucas Dorder and also Oliver Warner past Lieke van Berkel. So Ashcroft up to 4th place, Warner up to 6th. And now halfway through this second heat of the day. So 3 minutes and 18 seconds plus an additional lap remains on the timer. Lap 4 now completed. Lubimov continues to lead. Denham is closing in on the Estonian as Van Berkel absolutely ruthless up the inside of Oliver Warner through turn 1. He returns the favour through turn 2 on the 185. So 2 swaps for 6th position within as many corners. And everyone at the moment is still circulating all the way down to Vic van Kampenhout, who rounds out the 24 strong. Fastest lap of the race is by the driver in 3rd position, Lars Lambers, 1 minute, 0.165 by the 142, running on the Kart Republic chassis. Ashcroft is trying to close on in. He's just over a 10th behind. Lambers was actually the fastest out of the top 4 drivers, as we're again going through this flat-out chicane over the rise. People watching from the grandstands. As now there's a change for the lead. Has Denham got through? He's tried, but Lubimov kept it pinned round the outside of turn 1. The Estonian showing some bravery there. Cole Denham thought he had the run. He was 47ths behind Lubimov across the line on lap number 5. Top 10 covered by 2.7 seconds. The entire field rounded out by Guernsey's Amelie Davey, 11.3 seconds after 5 laps. We're on lap 6. As a little bit further back, there is a drama for the 116. That is the UK's Kieran Stewart, who's dropped all the way down to the back end of the field, I'm afraid, as we head into the final 60 seconds of the race. Leaders now coming through to complete lap number 6. Lubimov keeps to the inside. Denham tried to use the outside carrier momentum through turn 1. And there is Ashcroft very, very quickly up the inside of Lars Lambers, who makes a mistake through turn 2. Ran slightly wide to the Belgian. And with the top 4 covered by just under 5.5 tenths of a second after 6 laps, you can be guaranteed this fight is going to go down to the wire. We are 24 seconds away from the timer hitting 0, so next time around it could be very, very close. They crossed the line with about 57 seconds to spare to the leaders, which puts us on to 3 additional laps of racing, but the timer is really counting down now. There's going to be the last lap board out this time. So we're going to go on to lap number 8 out of 9. Well, lap 8. Which is now going to be the final lap, as again Lubimov defends. Ashcroft gets a wicked carry of momentum through into turn 1, into turn 2. Lambers is there. Oh, makes a mistake. Warner gets through. Warner gets through to P4, and now through goes Cole Denham. Lubimov runs wide. Ashcroft is through. And so now is Oliver Warner. A big change. And now Lars Lambers is through. Nikita Lyubimov within 4 corners, drops from the race lead to 5th. Now back through the exit at turn 7, goes the Estonian, back up into P4. And Lieke van Berkel is right there waiting in the wings. And then there is also the 197 Lucas Storder. But could it be a runs the line? Cole Denham puts the pedal to the metal out of the chicane. And Cole Denham in the 162 from Dan Holland Racing. Oh, that was a runs the line for 3rd, wasn't it? Cole Denham takes the victory ahead of Jacob Ashcroft. It was a fast and furious quarter-mile drag race to the flag between Oliver Warner, who picks up 3rd, from Nikita Lyubimov by 49 thousandths of a second. Lars Lambers takes 5th ahead of Lieke van Berkel, Lucas Storder, Albert Friend, Maxim Bobrishov and Isaac Barker complete the top 10. Emilian Bull, Philippe Perez, Rory Armstrong, Denny Babacek, Christian Sejersen round out the top 15 ahead of Jakob Kubera, Bran van der Weyken, Tom Reed, Jack Freeman, Vic van Kampenhout, Konstantinos Kandelidis, Mika Schwarz, Amelie Davey, and Kieran Stewart rounding out the 24 strong. And what's more, all drivers made it to the checkered flag after 8 laps of racing. So in the opening two heats of today, we've had two different winners from two different races. The opening heat taken by Casper Schormans in the 240, representing the Netherlands. And in heat number two from the United Kingdom, it was the 265 of Dan Holland Racing's Timo Jungling that picked up a victory. So at the moment, we have 2 from 2. What will happen in this next heat here for for heat number 3? Here we go with the third race for Junior Rotax. It's Heat 3, Groups A and C. Here is your starting grid. On pole position, it will be Heat 1 winner, Casper Schormans. He'll have Armand Hamilton alongside him, who this time won't be starting from the dummy grid. He's made it out of the dummy grid on time. Alberto Kiko Fracassi and Bolowet will be on row number 2. Row 3, it's 2 Brits. It's Max Cuthbert and Thomas Ingram Hill. Boris Maximov and Theo Palmer will be on row 4. And then you've got Crick Noren and Archie Clark competing the top 10. Thomas Behrman will be joined by Jordan's Hamza Al-Fayez on row 6. With Olivia Yonkers and August Raber, row 7. Aras Majauskis and Laura Bubanova, row 8. Row 9, Georges Nassar and Sky Parker. Mariembourg Guinan, Joshua Graham, and the USA's Charlie Smith complete the 21-strong starting grid. And Emerson McKendry-Uren again showing the colours in support of DHR. So we will see over the course of the next 7 minutes plus an additional lap, will we have 3 different winners from 3 different races? Well, you're going to have to watch along and find out with us. So the drivers line up in formation ahead of the third heat out of 6 here in Junior Rotax as they split, head into the tram lines. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out first time. Good start by Armand Hamilton, trying to keep it pinned around the outside of Casper Schormans, who keeps the lead going through into turn number 1. Into the right-hander at turn 2. It's 2-3 abreast at points in the circuit. Oh, we've had a couple of carts go off. Max Cuthbert has gone grass tracking. And the brick goes all the way to the back end of the field. Behind the 252 of Sky Parker. Just came to a bit of a head as the top 4 lead the way through into turn 7. They're starting to break away early from 5th position. Schormans has already started pulling away from 2nd place. So Armand Hamilton and those drivers behind, which will include Alberto Kiko Fracassi and Boluet, who rounds out the top 4. Side by side, good move there by Laura Bubanova up the inside through the penultimate right-hander. So the Slovakian makes a move up the order. Alberto Kiko Fracassi slingshots past Strawberry Racing teammate Armand Hamilton through into 2nd in the opening corner on lap number 2. Boris Maximov now 5th ahead of Knik Knorren. Thomas Behrmann completes the top 7. Hamza Al-Fayez now up to 8th and has got some daylight between himself and Behrmann to start chasing the 259 from KR Sports. Archie Clark and Olivier Jonkers ran at the top 10, but the field is closing in on each other. The top 4 thought they might have a breakaway, but I think Boris Maximov has other ideas. Now through into the chicane once again, over the crest. After lap 2, it's Schormans that still leads. Fracassi did lead in the opening heat earlier on today. As through on the inside, there's a change. That was Olivier Jonkers being passed by Archie Clark, who retakes 9th. There's a couple of other drivers there as well. It's the XL Motorsport pairing of Theo Palmer and August Raber. And Jonkers left high and out to dry. Oh, clash of wheels with the 229. Jonkers ends up on the grass, back axle flying up into the air, and it loses him another position. This time to Laura Bubanova, who is right on the coattails of August Raber in the 229 from XL Motorsport. 4 minutes and 20 seconds still to go. And there is one of the, there's an Argenti Motorsport driver. That is Arish Majalskis. As Max Cuthbert tries to go round the outside through the penultimate right-hander, or the last right-hander on the circuit on Georges Nassar. That didn't quite work out, did it, Max, I'm afraid? But 64,000 separated Alberto Kiko Fracassi and Casper Schormans. Hamilton and Loet are in close proximity. 6.5 tenths cover the top 4. Heading through into the fast right-hand sweeper at turn 6. And Hamza Al-Fayez has got to within 5.5 tenths of Thomas Behrmann. That gap is now is dwindling quite significantly. The Jordanian running with the Brand Racing outfit run by expat from the Netherlands, Danny Brand, who's also working with Tony Hogg in DD2 Masters. And now this quartet are really going to start battling hard. Hamza Al-Fayez had a difficult first heat. Fracassi up the inside to take the lead on the beginning of lap number 5. Past Casper Schormans. So once again, in a second successive heat, Alberto Kiko Fracassi has ended up leading. Top 8 covered by 1.7 seconds after 4 laps. And now Al-Fayez is within lunge range of Behrmann. And what's more, Hamza Al-Fayez pulled away from Archie Clark as if the 247 from KR Sport was standing still. Now onto the completion of lap number 5. Fracassi leads for an entire lap of this 1.38 kilometre circuit. And Schormans now decides, well, I've had enough of you leading. I'm going to be up front. And Fracassi straight away went back on the counter-offensive. Hamilton's waiting in the wings. He nearly thought he had an opportunity as they wrestle with the steering wheels going through turn 4. Louette's just saying, right, I've got the ringside seat. Let's see what happens here. Hamilton up the inside of Fracassi through turn 5. Louette was also looking through. And now Crick Knoren and Boris Maximov are there. Maximov in 5th. And then also Behrman and Alfayez. Hold on to your hats, folks. Here comes the roller coaster ride. Louette now up past Fracassi into 3rd place through turn number 8. 1 minute 30 plus an additional lap still to go. And there's Archie Clark. And what's more, the leader has started pulling away. Shawmans has got a lead over Hamilton. Fracassi back up the inside. Sideways as he turned in through on Louette. And there is Maximov. Maximov has got through on the Italian. Through up into P4 goes the 2-3-0 from the Netherlands. Now he swings wide. Fracassi back up the inside. This could open the door for, oh no, disaster. Thomas Behrman is slowing. And he was running 7th. He was gunning for at least a top 5 finish. And with 50 seconds to go, technical dramas strike a cruel blow to Thomas Behrman. So with 30 seconds still to go, Shawmans is being kept honest by Armand Hamilton. As we've got someone else, that is Adas Majauskis off the circuit, coming through into the penultimate right-hander. 2 laps to go. Shawmans has the lead as Alfayez fires it up the inside of Archie Clark. And the Jordanian now up into 7th. Timer now expires as they head through turn 5 at the left-hander, the 90 left for the final time. Shawmans has the lead of just over 0.3 of a second. With Hamilton, Louette, Kiko Fracassi, Maximov, Knoren, Alfayez, Clark, August Reber, and Laura Bubenova. That is your top 10. Thomas Behrman's sudden technical drama meant that the 259 would end up retiring on lap number 6. 1 more lap to go. Oh, and Hamilton's closing in on Shawmans for the race lead. Just under 0.2 separate the pair. Heading into turn 2. Now into turn 3 for the final time. The left at turn 4. A swing wide from Hamilton to carry the momentum through the corner into the 90 left here at turn 5. Louette, Fracassi, Maximov, Knoren, Alfayez, Clark, Reber and Bubenova. That completes your top 10. So will Hamilton have the opportunity to take a race victory here on Heat Stay? He's going to have to work for it because there's only 1 more corner in the chicane to go. Through the final right-hander. Up over the crest they go. Kasper Shawmans makes it 2 for 2 here at Mariembourg. He wins, but only by just over 0.16 of a second after 9 laps. Armand Hamilton takes 2nd position, Louette 3rd, Alberto Kiko Fracassi and Boris Maximov rounds out the top 5. 6th, Crick Knoren. 7th, Hamza Alfayez from Jordan, Archie Clark, August Reber, and well done to Slovakia's Laura Bubenova for rounding out the top 10. We have had a 5-second time penalty for pushing issued. That is to George Nassar in 18th position. He will drop to 20th as a result of that. But Mariembourg Grignon, Thomas Ingram Hill, Max Cuthbert, after his moment earlier on in the race, recovered to finish 13th, ahead of Theo Palmer, Joshua Graham, Olivier Yonkers, Charlie Smith, Sky Parker, Adas Majauskis, and George Nassar, with Thomas Behrman suffering a technical drama on lap 6, ending what was going to be a very, very strong finish in the top 10 for the 259 from the United Kingdom. So we now go on to our fourth heat out of 6 for Junior Rotax. It's B versus T. Let's have a look at your starting grid. Mateo Denkovic will lead from pole position. Alongside him will be Kenzo Craigie from the United Kingdom. It's France and the UK on row 2 with Lucas L and Timo Jungling. Julian Kovacevic and Max Siderski from Germany and the Netherlands round out row 3. Denmark and France on row 4 with Matthias Jellerup and Oscar Gouchot, who is a non-starter. Dave Stevens and Zain El Homosani will round out the top 10. Noah Janssen and Tom Streller. That will be row 6, head of Ollie Wise. Then Knud Nielsen, Cameron Nelson, Sebastian Koch, Kasper Nissen, Antoine Grisel, Mathis Lemaitre, and Germany's Ben Kaminski. So far, we have had 2 different winners from 3 different races. Kasper Schurmans and Timo Jungling are the 2 drivers that have managed to get across the line first. Could we have a 3rd different winner this time around? With Timo Jungling starting from 4th position on the grid, anything is possible. So the drivers now get themselves into formation ahead of their 2nd heat of the day. Each of the drivers will compete in 3 heats, and after tonight we will have the official classification after, well, the ranking after the heats, as now everyone starts to get into formation. Through the final right-hander, as now they start to build speed through the chicane. Over the crest, they split, they head into the tram lines. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out first time. Good start by Radenkovic as Kenzo Craigie loses 2 positions and drops to 4th behind Julian Kovacevic. Someone being very brave around the outside. That's Max Siderski as they go through into turn 4. Some significantly wrestling with the steering wheel. Heading through that left-hand hairpin into turn 6. As Noah Janssen was looking towards the outside of the corner, managed to get through on Zain El Homosani in the meantime, but also might have tried to get past Dave Stevens in the 292. But we've had 2 off the circuit, one of which is the 214 Sebastian Koch, and the other one is the 207 Mathis Lemaitre. They get back going again, as now up the inside of Kenzo Craigie goes Timo Jungling up into 4th place. Here comes Max Siderski, also up the inside of the 244 from Argenti. So Siderski now up into what is effectively 5th position. He's now going for Kovacevic on the run out of turn 4. Siderski gets through, so does Craigie. Very, very close indeed. Matthias Jellerup nearly got through on the German through turn 5. But Kovacevic, who started the lap in 3rd position, was definitely not wanting that to happen. Bit of a difficult time for Noah Janssen, who's dropped quite a few positions outside of the top 15, but Radenkovic still leads the way as we go across the line very shortly to complete our 2nd lap. Radenkovic leads, Lucas Els, Timo Jungling, Max Siderski. Now up the inside of Julian Kovacevic goes Matthias Jellerup. Kovacevic drifts a little bit wide. Through goes Kenzo Craigie into turns 2 and 3. Zain El Homosani going side pod to side pod. He's going to miss out because of the fact that Dave And that was Tom Strehler and Zain El Homosani nearly coming together through into turn number 5. And inadvertently, the shortcut has, well, Zain El Homosani had nowhere to go and has gone straight onto the shortcut. He's going to have to let everybody past as Tay Stevens gets through on Ollie Wise to retake a position. And still after 3 laps, Radenkovic leads. Ormetre is out of this race. So we go down to 18 drivers. As it's getting a bit feisty out there. El Homosani gets a touch from Stevens. Nearly gets one from Wise. There's the 241. That's Cameron Nelson. And just behind them is Noah Janssen in the 231 from Germany, running with 3G Racing on the Gillard chassis. Coming to the halfway point of this 4th race out of 6 for the juniors when it comes to the heats. A little bit further back, Knud Nielsen running with GKS competition, GKS Lemons Power, having to battle away with a few drivers just behind. Now on to lap number 5 we go. Radenkovic still leads by just over half a second. Timo Jungling in 3rd, Max Sidursky in 4th, Matthias Jellerup in 5th, Kenzo Craigie and Julian Kovacevic. Well, Kovacevic has dropped a couple more positions, it looks like, because there I see, well, Kenzo Craigie is ahead of him. So Kovacevic running at the top 7, Tay Stevens 8th, Ollie Wise 9th, Zain El Homosani in 10th position. Ahead of Cameron Nelson from the United Kingdom. The driver running on the Lando Norris chassis through Dan Holland Racing. Craigie trying to get back onto level terms with Matthias Jellerup for what is 5th position on the road. Radenkovic still continues to lead on to lap 6. Gap now just over 4/10 of a second. Lucas Sells in the meantime has gone just over 1/10 quicker than the race leader and has just put in the fastest lap, 56.540. Timo Jungling 3/100ths off him. Position lost by Noah Janssen, but instantly regained, having got past the 222 of Kasper Nissen. Knud Nielsen was also there waiting in the wings to see what transpires and is trying to get through, went round the outside, nipped through, coming out of turn 5 and into turn 6. So great anticipation by Knud Nielsen to get past Kasper Nissen for 13th position through the fast right-hand sweeper at turn 6. But still, the battle remains for 5th place. Kenzo Craigie trying to keep things neat and tidy. He's running in 6th position. Getting a little bit feisty, a little bit further back. Cameron Nelson up the inside of Zain El Homosani. There is the 292 of Tay Stevens. And El Homosani was nearly sandwiched quite there and then. Nelson keeps it pinned in front of the 295. Who's proud to be of Egyptian heritage. Runs under the banner of the UAE. That was a move from Tom Strehler on Knud Nielsen through turn 6. So Tom Strehler making a recovery up the order after the moment he and Zain El Homosani through turn 5 tangled a few moments ago. There we go, another move, and that was Zain El Homosani on the 241, the 241 of Cameron Nelson. El Homosani is losing places hand over fist. He's lost one to Cameron Nelson. He's lost one to Noah Janssen, one to Tay Stevens, one to Tom Strehler, and is now behind the Latvian in 13th position. Timer has now expired. We will be going on to our final lap very, very shortly through turn 4. Bit of a moment there for Noah Janssen as Tay Stevens went up the inside, going through into turn number 5. Dearie me, and that's a big old shortcut for Knud Nielsen. He's gone grass tracking. And now was just looking to the rear of the car. I mean, the front bumper took an absolute battering and mowed the lawn, coming as he literally was bouncing up and down like a yo-yo on a string, coming out of turn number 5. And the 202 and the 222 starting to, oh, and there's more dramas there going through. That was the 238 of Tom Streller. That was Tay Stevens. I think Ben Kaminsky getting involved. As we are on to the final lap. More juxtaposing for positions here. With Tay Stevens and Noah Janssen just behind Cameron Nelson. Radenkovic has a lead of just under 3.5 tenths of a second in front of Lucas L from France. Timo Jungling in third, Max Swiderski, Kenzo Craigie, Matthias Jellerup and Julian Kovacevic ran out the top 7. Ollie Wise in 8th. And there is our race leader. He's just got the final right hand up and the chicane to negotiate. And it's going to be 3 different winners from 4 different heats so far in Junior Rotax. As across the line, Belgium's Matej Radenkovic takes the win ahead of Lucas L by just over 1/4 of a second. Timo Jungling takes third. Max Swiderski, strong, spirited performance by the youngster from the Netherlands to take 4th ahead of Kenzo Craigie. Matthias Jellerup, Julian Kovacevic, Ollie Wise, Cameron Nelson and Tay Stevens round out the top 10. Fastest lap of the race, Lucas L. 56.230. Noah Janssen in 11th, head of Zainel Homosani. Tom Streller, Antoine Grisel and Casper Nissen. Ben Kaminsky would round out the top 16, head of Sebastian Koch. Knud Nielsen would pull the cart into the pit lane with 2 laps to go. Mathieu Saumetre, unfortunately retiring on lap 2. And Oscar Gouchot, again, a non-starter. Now we go into our fourth race out of 6 for junior Rotax. So here we go. It's going to be, well, it's our third one of seniors, actually. So here is your starting grid. On pole position, it is going to be Kai Rilets. It will be Divian Host alongside on the well, hang on a second. I've just got everything all mixed up a little bit here. So we have got Paul Forquemin and Kai Rilets on the front row, according to this, but it should be Kai Rilets, Divian Host, Farin Mega, Paul Forquemin. And this is for Heat 3, Groups A versus C. Sebastian Bach, Mathis Turlo, Matthew Higgins and Elia Papasen round out the top 4 rows with Mark Kimber and Maxence Bouvier. That will complete the top 10. Jaden Teen, Daniel Housworth, Sombor Kovac, Kai Hunter, Sverre Ubben, James Swindells, Matteo Pianezzola, William Christensen, Hugo Brun, Patrick Donica, Alexander Savinkov, Ilias Galiakmanis, Danny Shields, Pat Gubbles and Paul Simard. So once again, we will be going into battle for a 10-minute plus an additional lap race. So far, we've had Kai Rilets and Jules Roussel each picking up a victory. Could it be that we have Rilets again having another victory, or will Forquemin be the next driver to pick up a win? The drivers now will start to line up into formation. They will have to hurry up and get into the tram lines very, very shortly. The red lights are ignited for 10 minutes of racing. Into the tram lines we go. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out first time. Good start by Rilets to lead the field into turns 1 and 2. Fine Mega now up into second. We got someone exit stage left at turn number 3. And that driver, oh, that's Kai Hunter. That's unusual for him. Now he started a bit further back than is customary. He was on the outside of row number 7, so might have been forced wide. But he'll be able to catch everybody up in the meantime as the train makes its way through the infield part of the top right-hand corner of the circuit. Rilets is leading. Mega is second. Third, that will be more than likely Paul Forquemin, the eldest driver in the senior Rotax class. As we now go across the line to complete the opening lap. Rilets leads, Mega in second, Forquemin. Fourth, rounding out the top 3. Devian Horst having a fight with Mathis Turlo, who's sent it up the inside, and they both nearly take each other out, and that allows Italy's Elia Papacena to get through. That was a bit too close for comfort. The pair nearly banged wheels through turn number 2 and turn number 3. And oh, that was a send from absolutely nowhere up the inside. That was through possibly on Maxence Bouvier by Mathis Turlo. Jaden Thien makes up a couple of positions in the meantime. With 8 minutes and 20 seconds still to go, you can be very, very much guaranteed. Well, that's one of the KL Sport drivers. That's the 396, Daniel Housworth, and someone sensed the cone flying to the outside. Well, they actually touched the grass, whacked the cone, and they went exit stage left. Rilets leads the way by 0.4 of a second. Forquemin in third. Papacena through the, thanks to the battling of Devian Horst and Mathis Turlo, round out the top 4. Hurst in 5th, Turlo 6th. And now an attempt, that's the 344 of Sverre Ubben up the inside of one of the KR Sport drivers. That might have been, well, that was the 929, Paul Simard, running with Dan Holland Racing in the 929 entry, running on the Lando Norris chassis. And still they're battling tooth and nail at the back end of the field. Danny Shields launches it over the curbs and is right behind Puck Gubbles in the 388 from the Netherlands. I spoke with Danny's dad, Barry, this morning, and I said, well, how much lead are you putting in the cart? 27 kilos in a senior, 10 in a junior. 7 minutes plus an additional lap still to go. So things might be dying down, but don't count your chickens before they hatch. Resurgence coming from Kai Hunter as he gets through on the 935. That is Hugo Brun from France through into turn number 4. There's Jaden Teen battling away with Maxence Bouvier. Matthew Higgins is just up ahead of them in 8th place. Mark Kimber now up into 7th position, having started down in 9th on the inside of row number 5. %40 of the race completed, 60 to go. And now Paul Forquemin has got the heat right under the collar, courtesy of Italy's Elia Papacena, being coached by the legend that is Mr. Bas Lammers. And now up the inside, there's Devian Horst up the inside of the Italian through turn 7. Matis Turlo thinks he had an opportunity to get through, but the door was firmly slammed shut in his general direction by the Italian. We're close to getting through into the final 5 minutes of this race. And Hillertz is leading. Right, we've got some penalties coming through, folks. 378 gets a 5-second time penalty for pushing. That's William Christensen from Denmark, currently P11. Oh, and some time penalties, 3 seconds apiece, go to the 906, Maxence Bouvier, and the 388 of Puck Gubbles. The 2 wheels outside the tram lines. Papacena now has been passed once again. This time it is by Matis Turlo and Mark Kimber. They are now 5th and 6th respectively. And just behind them, that is Matty Higgins. The 375 from Trafalgar in Wales, also running with Area Motorsport, if I believe, over in USF4. His dad, David, as here we go, up the inside. That was the move that Devian Ross was waiting for, and through he goes on Paul Forquemin. And that's a change for P3. Matthew Higgins' dad, David, who's spannering him this weekend. A multi-time American rally champion, also a karting champion in the United Kingdom, and also one particular season with Vermont Sports Car. David had the perfect season in the USA. I think if I remember correctly, David, you might have to correct me if I'm wrong. It was 2017 in the Subaru Impreza WRX. I remember because I still watch their series that is always on Subaru USA's YouTube channel at the moment. Great watching there. 3 minutes and 30 seconds still to go. Matthew Higgins is now starting to make some moves forward. He's ahead of Elia Papacena. Jaden Teen. Well, he's ahead. He's getting ahead of other people, which includes Matis Turlo. Now, Matis Turlo is fighting. And that's with Maxence Bouvier. Bouvier up the inside. Turlo runs wide. That's going to allow Christensen to get through at turn 5 by a whisker. And then Turlo loses a further 2 places. Sebastian Bach and Zomborkovic get through on the Dutchman. At the very same corner, It was William Christensen that opened the door for the two behind to get through. So coming up to the final 2.5 minutes. And this just goes to show that if the leader's doing a pretty good job, you don't really talk about him that much. It's been plain sailing so far for the 374 of Kai Hillatz. He's nearly 1.5 seconds ahead of former teammate at JJ Racing, Fahin Mega. And still a line of carts going through the right-hand sweeper at turn number 6. This just goes to show how closely fought senior Rotax can be. So for those wondering, there is a duplicate on the timing. Don't worry about that because Paul Forquemin is still currently running. He's not running at the back of the order. He's running at the sharp end. He's currently P4 at the moment, 3.2 seconds off of our race leader, Kai Hillatz, who has a 1.5 second advantage as we head into the last 90 seconds plus an additional lap of this race. So it is Hillatz, Mega, Horst, Forquemin, Kimber, Papacena, Teen, Higgins, Bouvier, and William Christensen. Now, Bouvier has got a penalty. Christensen has also got a penalty. That is going to drop them out of the top 10. So effectively, de facto, 9th and 10th now on, well, literally speaking, not physically speaking, it is Sebastian Bach and Zsombor Kovács. Kai Hunter now up into 14th, which will go higher than that, probably about 12th place. We're heading into the final 50 seconds of the race itself. We'll have 2 more laps to go as Hillatz crosses the line. In the meantime, Devian Hoss has been going after Farin Mega. And he's been setting fastest laps, and he's just put in another one. 55.121 seconds for the Bouvin power driver from the Netherlands. So could it be that maybe with just a lap to go, Farin Mega might find a significant amount of pressure for Devian Horst in the latter stages? In the meantime, Paul Forquemin is just lost out to Mark Kimber through turn 7. The 302 is through for 4th place. And not too far behind, there is Elia Papacena. The number 304 from Italy. Looking to get through on the most experienced driver on the field in terms of age. 1 more lap to go. Hillatz crosses the line. The gap has got to be 2 seconds by now. It is just a fraction over. Devian Horst is a 10.5 behind, not even that behind Farin Mega as they go through into turns 2 and 3 for the final time. Hillatz already making his way up the short chute between turn 4 and 5 as the 374 from Strawberry Racing makes his way through. Horst is, I think, teeing it up for a last push coming through out of the final right-hander and up the hill through the chicane. Or is he going to try something earlier? Because he's within a cart length of Farin Mega. Mega has got to defend like crazy right about now. Horst trying to use the wider carry of momentum through into corners. Out of the final right-hander, it is going to be Kai Hillatz that's going to make it 2 for 2 this weekend here on Heat Day. But who's going to pick up second? Hillatz takes the victory. Ross to the outside of Mega. It's going to be nip and tuck. It's next to nothing. 32 thousandths of a second in favour of Germany's Fahin Mega, with Devian Horst rounding out the top 3. Mark Kimber 4th, Paul Forquemin in 5th ahead of Elia Papacena. A great showing by the Italian, who at one point was running up in P3. Elia Papacena rounds out the top 6 ahead of Jaden Teen, Matthew Higgins, Maxence Bouvier and William Christensen, who both will be penalised post-race for what's just happened. So that will promote the likes of Sebastian Bach, Zsombor Kovács, also Kai Hunter, Patrick Donica, Matteo Pianizzolo, maybe even Sverre Ubben. So it looks like Bouvier and Christensen will be put down a peg or two. James Swindells, Daniel Halsworth, Ilias Kaliakmanis, Hugo Pun, Alexander Savinkov, Puck Gubbles, Danny Shields and Paul Simard made it all 25 drivers to the checkered flag. We do have another post-race penalty being shown. The 935 getting a post-race penalty for pushing as well. And that is Hugo Brun from France. Now we get underway with our fourth heat for Senior Rotax. It's race 11 out of 18. Senior Rotax Heat 4, Groups B and D. Let's have a look at your starting grid. From pole position, it's going to be Sean Butcher versus Jules Roussel on the front row. Montego Marston and Archie Walker. Row 2, Austin Lee and Lauren Legault will be on row number 4. Miska Kaskinen and Ethan Jeffel, row 4 will be on row 4. Then we got Lewis Gilbert and Tommy van der Stroys completing the top 10. Vic Stevens, Dion van Verven, that's row 6. Nolan Lemeray and Paul Crisel, row 7. Lotus Tveen and Robbie Stolder completing the top 8 rows. Then it is going to be Zach Scala and Mitch Haynett on row 9, completing the top 20. Scott Westhovens and Mido Halika. Lachlan Robinson, Kamal Manad, Magic Chimera and Rafael Jesus round out the 24-strong grid. So another 10 minutes plus an additional lap for these 24 drivers comprising of 12 rows. 1,388 metres around this circuit, running in a clockwise direction. The wind has picked up a little bit. Air temperature round about, it's 30 degrees Celsius. Lows of 16, which would have been this morning as the sun started to rise. But it's going to be Butcher versus Roussel on the front row. So far, we have had Kai Hilletz, Jules Roussel. Kai Hilletz has picked up 2 victories. Will Jules Roussel triumph again? All Sean Butcher say otherwise. We'll find out in about the next 11 minutes as the drivers start to ready up into formation. And then they will move up the hill, they'll move over the crest and head into the tram lines. Red lights on the starting gantry for 10 minutes here in Senior Rotax Heat 4, Groups B versus D. Into the tram lines. Revs rise, I'll be ready. Lights are out first time. Butcher gets a great start. So does Montego Marston. As Jules Roussel ends up slotting in behind the pair into 3rd position. Archie Walker having to wrestle with the steering wheel a little bit. Oh, bit of drama at the back end of the field. That involves Kamal Manad and Magic Chimera in the 3:48 and the 9:09 from Australia and the United Kingdom. At least a few positions gained. I would probably say that might be 4 to 5 gained by Lachlan Robinson before we've even turned one complete circulation of this 1,388 metre circuit. Butcher leads going to the final right-hander. Now they put the pedal to the metal. Coming out of the final corner, over the crest, over the start-finish line. Butcher leads. Marston 2nd. 3rd it's Roussel. 4th it's Austin Lee. 5th, Miska Kaskinen. Archie Walker in 6th. Lewis Gilbert now makes his way up from 9th to 7th. Lauren Legault has now an attempt from Austin Lee through on Jules Roussel into turn number 4 for 3rd position. But the German driver unable to facilitate that. And what that also has caused is that Miska Kaskinen has got right past him. So Miska Kaskinen now up into 4th place. Jules Roussel swarming all over the back bumper of Montego Marston from Germany in the 394. The 394 from Germany running with Kilian Kraft's team, making that rear bumper as wide as humanly possible. Now another lap about to be completed. And Sean Butcher puts in a 56.670. His lead is a 1/4 of a second ahead of Montego Marston. Jules Roussel makes it 4/10, covering the top 3. Lewis Gilbert trying to get through on Archie Walker on this particular occasion. It didn't work out. He's got the Canadian from Montreal, Lauren Legault, just behind him. in the 3:23. Oh, and Mido Halika has just been pinged for a 3. Oh, dearie me. We've had a little bit of a coming together. Looks to be Zach Scowler in the 3:16 from the Yaz Heat Racing Academy. Yeah, Marathi-based driver, unfortunately, might have had someone driving over the top of him, but we saw 3 other karts involved. Looks to be, might have been Lotus Feen and Mido Halika. Now there's a bit of a dogfight because Vic Stevens trying to nose his way up the inside of Lewis Gilbert. I know for a fact that Lewis Gilbert will not have liked that at all. And he stays ahead. 6 minutes and 56 seconds still to go. Butcher still leads. His lead at the moment is just over 0.3 of a second. Ethan Jeff Hall currently running in 11th position behind his good buddy out off track, Tommy van der Stroys. Lachlan Robinson has made his way up from 21st, now rounds out the top 15. And he's got in front of him Paul Griesel, Dion van Verven, Ethan Jeff Hall, Ethan Jeff Hall and Nolan MRA, and then Tommy van der Stroys. So it's all about being strategic now. Don't commit unless you 110% know that the move is quite clearly on. And now Van Verven starts defending. And that was against, more than likely, Paul Griesel. Who's got, Griesel sideways and has a tank slapper coming out of turn 3. Lachlan Robinson through. Robbie Storder, and I think Mitch Haynett just got through as well. Or did he? No, he didn't. He did through turn 5. I've never seen that before through turn 4. That was just a complete tank slapper for Nolan Lemeray, just all over the place. Well, no, it's Paul Griesel all over the shop. Just put the power down. The back end stepped out from left to right. Lachlan Robinson went, thank you very much, through at turn 4, and then it just opened the floodgates. Just one. If you modulate the throttle to the point where you know that you're going to get the best amount of acceleration out of the corner, do not just point and squirt. I think that's probably what just happened. Unfortunately, Rafael Jesus has just retired from the race on lap 3. So the XL Motorsport driver based out of Dubai, not having a great run. So Lachlan Robinson now finds himself in 14th position. Bit more of a squabble here. And Paul Grisel's bumper on the same exact side gets compromised again. And he's off the track. Paul Grisel off the track. Left rear bumper getting squeezed and diagonally put upright. Not a good one for the 372 representing France as a privateer entry. I know that's the school of hard knocks, but my goodness me, it was like it was a pit box maneuver on the French driver coming out of turn number 4. Butcher with 4 minutes and 20 still to go. Just under 2.5 tenths in front of Montego Masson. Jules Roussel in 3rd, but Austin Lee, the fastest driver out there, no longer the case. Ethan Jeff Hall in 11th. Now with a 55.519, Ethan Jeff Hall, last year's Junior Euro Trophy Rotax champion, 11th. Half a second behind good mate off the track. Rival on it, Tommy van der Stroys. There they are going through turn 6. And, it's getting a bit too close for comfort here. This is at the sharp end of the field. And that was Austin Lee, passed on Jules Roussel. Might have got a little bit of a touch on the rear bumper. Did the 379 based out of Weisendorf in Germany, but still rocks the stars and stripes on his side pods. Also, interesting fact: we have a race driver in our paddock that actually has the racer gloves that he's wearing, signed by touring car legend Alain Menu himself. That's your 18th place driver. That is now Miska Kaskinen going through on Jules Roussel. That's a change for 4th. As I was just about to say, the driver that has got his racing gloves signed by Swiss touring car legend Alain Menu, it is Magic Chimera. Hopefully that might bring him a bit more luck in his final heat because he's currently running in 18th at the moment. Retired from the opening heat earlier on. So Miska Kaskinen past Jules Roussel for 4th place as we head into the final 2 minutes and 45 seconds. So at the moment, Butcher continues to lead ahead of Montego Masson. Austin Lee rounds out the top three with Jules Roussel, Miska Kaskinen, Archie Walker, Lauren Legault, Vic Stevens, Tommy van der Stroys rounding out the top 10. Now into turn 4 go the drivers in 6th, 7th and 8th. Walker, Legault and Gilbert. For those that don't know, Lewis Gilbert actually ran with KR Sport back in 2018 as a junior Rotax driver. First came across him. Now he's going to look up the inside. That's a neat move there from the Scotsman. The pride of Scotland gets through nice and cleanly at turn number 7 as Vic Stevens. Oh, that was a bit robust for the from the 369. Just butchers his way up the inside over the curbing. Through on Lauren Legault from Canada. 1 minute and 40 seconds still remain on the timer. And Sean Butcher still has a lead. It's just over 4 tenths from Montego Masson. There is Montego Masson. Austin Lee has been trying to close in. And what's more, the 379, family based originally out of Portland, Oregon, has just gone 0.21 seconds quicker. And now looks up the inside. Brilliant move there by Austin Lee. Now, these two competed against each other a couple of years ago in the Rotax Max Challenge Germany in Minimax, where Marson was one of Austin Lee's title competitors. And that was the year when the youngster, now based out of Eisendorf these days, was running with Frank and the team at Karchmi on the Mach 1 chassis. And that was on the year, unfortunately, when the grand finals got cancelled for the very first time in its at that point, 2-decade-long history. Now on to what is the penultimate lap. Vic Stevens now sets the fastest lap of the race of 55.228. That was even with the manoeuvre up the inside of Lauren Legault, who's got Ethan Jeff Hall closing right in on him. And Vic Stevens now fancies an opportunity on getting past Archie Walker, who in turn is now 7th, behind Lewis Gilbert, who's 6th. Timer is now going to run out. Right now, there we go. There is Stevens, there is Walker, there is Jeff Hall, there is Legault. And there is the 311, that's Van der Stroys. One more lap remains. Sean Butcher continues to lead. Austin Lee and Montego Masson ran out the top 3. Miska Kaskinen 4th. Jules Roussel in 5th. Archie Walker drops to 8th. Ethan Jeff Hall has now got up into 9th ahead of Lauren Legault. Austin Lee has got the fastest lap of the race of 55.198. And that was on the previous lap. Gap between him and Sean Butcher on the start of the final lap of the race, 0.66. But it is going to be a different winner so far. Kai Hillitz and Jules Roussel now add the 301, the defending champion. It is Sean Butcher from the UK, representing KR Sport, that crosses the line to win heat number 4 here at Karting Défaigne. As they come across the line, it was some drag races to the checkered, including that of Tommy van der Stroys. But Sean Butcher becomes the third different winner in 4 different races. Head of Austin Lee, Montego Masson, Miska Kaskinen, Jules Roussel, Lewis Gilbert, Vic Stevens, Archie Walker, Ethan Jeff Hall, and Canada's Lauren Legault rounding out the top 10. Tommy van der Stroys, Nonna Lemeray, Dion van Verven, Lachlan Robinson, Robbie Stordeur, Mitch Hayner, Scott Westhovens, Kamal Murad, Magic Hamera, and Lotus Tveen round out the top 20. Paul Grisel, Zach Scowler, and Miro Halika round out the 23 that finished all 12 laps of racing. And unfortunately, retiring on lap 4, it was the 337 from the UAE, Rafael Jesus from XL Motorsport, that would retire from the race. Now we get underway with the penultimate heat here for DD2 and DD2 Masters. It's race 12. Let's take you through the starting grid. Enzo Bol, our Heat 1 winner, will start from pole position once again, ahead of Martin van Leeuwen on the front row. Axel Saniala and Lucas Pernaut will be on row 2. Jakob Bezel and Manuel Tenchert, row 3. Maxim Shurko and Victor Vrospe will be on row number 4. Row 5, it will be Dennis Thum and David Outleister. Nicolas Picot and Maxime Drix will be on row 6, ahead of Leonardo Baccaglini and Nicolas Guillaume. Patrick Snols-Lochmelis and Thomas Birstins will be on the very next row. That's row 8. Mats-Johan Overhoff and Carl Gustav Borgard will be rounding out row 9 with Peter Bezel and Martinas Stankiewicz rounding out the top 20. Rounding out the 31-strong grid will be Ed Matthews, Jules Cousin, Philippe Moitzy, Sebastian Schau. So Philippe Moitzy, Sebastian Schau, Alexander Scheiblecker. Oh, drama there for Tony Hogg, who's due to start 31st. And I think the throttle pedal is trying to coerce itself. Yes, it is. Oh, that's not what you want on the formation lap, but in front of him, well, 27th, Michael Becker. Then we would have Lucas de Vera, Igor Mukin, Kamil Kubera, and Tony Hogg will start from 31st. Not what Tony wants at the end of the field, but they are slowly making their way through turn number 5 as we speak. There is a breeze in the air. You can see the Mojo and the Rotax flags on the start-finish rate flapping the breeze still. 30 degrees Celsius. Temperature might be set to drop a degree or so. Well, we're all hoping. It's going to stay like this for up until about 6 p.m. this afternoon. So that's just under 3 hours, folks. So Bol won in the opening heat. Picot won in Masters in the opening heat for as well. So we could be on for another great race, as we saw earlier on today, which took us to the lunch break here at Mariembourg for Karting D'Espagne. Into the tram lines, revs rise, they crescendo. Are we lights out? Yes, we are. Good stop by the pole sitter. Saniala looked to get through, but what a switchback. Brilliant switchback there by Martin van Leeuwen. Caught Enzo Bol napping, caught the youngster out, and gets through with an absolute perler of a start. Field makes its way through turn number 4, into the left at turn 5. Van Leeuwen leads. Bol absolutely desperate to get back into the race lead. As through they go into turn 7. Mats-Johan Overhoff, I think, having a little bit of dramas of his own. He's trying to get through on one of the Sodi Kart chassis just in front of him. It could be, more than likely, Peter Bezel from the Czech Republic. But a great start, a textbook Nigel Mansell dummy by Martin van Leeuwen to really kickstart this race and make it go alive. Goes defensive. In the meantime, Maxim Shurko up the inside. He got through on Lucas Pernaut. Is he going to get through on Jakob Bezel? Yes, he is. Through turn number 3, the youngster from Lithuania gets through on a previous DD2 champion. Absolutely brilliant anticipation from Maxim Shurko. I don't think Jakob Bezel knew what hit him. Right behind them are Lucas Pernaut and Maxime Drix. And, oh, no, we've got a drama. We have got one of the Birrell ART carts on the right-hand side. That's heading out of turn 4 into turn 5. Great job, as always, by the men and women in orange, the marshalling crew here at Karting D'Espagne. A big thank you to them for their help so far. But it's not over yet. Here comes Enzo Bol up the inside. But Martin van Leeuwen was quick to anticipate it and made sure he did not get past. So this just goes to show that it doesn't matter your age, your skill set is what provides exciting, scintillating racing. And that's exactly what we are getting here. Look at the top 5. I don't even think it's the top 5 now. You can see how close it is. Nicolas Guillaume up into 10th place. And the top 10 after 2 laps, covered by, folks, 2 seconds. Just digest that for a minute. 2 seconds between the top 10. And then I'm looking even further down, all the way down to Tony Hogg in 30th. Oh, that might have been Thomas Beresins. There's the 4:24. That's Leonardo Baccaglini. The 16-year-old from Italy is out of the race. So Tomasz Beresins and Martinas Stankiewicz are also out of the race. Oh, dearie me, the hits, they keep on coming here in DD2 and Masters. But look how close Shurko is to the back bumper of Axel Sarniala. We've got somebody off the track. That's a Dams racing car. That looks to be Jules Cousin. So now this just goes to show how quickly things can change. So we are down to 28 drivers, rounded out by Tony Hogg. 6 minutes and 15 still to go. Van Leeuwen still leads. Second, still Bol as the unburnt exhaust fuel bangs as they go down the gear. They go up the gears through into turn number 1. Oh my goodness, I have not seen a race this close between quite a few people. Mazzio, it's the top 16. Top 16 rounded out by Philip Moitzi, covered by 4 seconds after 4 laps. Top 2 have started breaking away, and here's an attempt up the inside. That's Maxime Derrix. Maxime Derrix through on Jakob Bezel, through at turn number 8. Now, if people might remember, this time last year, that man in the 405 took his first ever overall race weekend victory here at this circuit. Now we're seeing Maxime Derrix really come alive. Right behind Jakob Bezel, his last weekend's B&L Karting Series weekend winner, Victor Frostbay. Bezel gets back through on Derrix, who now counter-attacks through turn number 4. Lucas Panot, don't count out the young man from Canada in his early 20s. David Outlacher and Nicolas Guillaume have latched on to what has become a titanic battle. This is for 5th place. This could be absolutely mesmerizing over the next 4 minutes and 40 seconds, plus an additional lap as we've got a drama. 5:29 into 5:23. That is Igor Mukin and Kamil Kubera coming together off of turn number 7. Martin Van Leeuwen takes an extension in his lead, and that now climbs to just over 0.3 of a second. 2 drivers have been pinged for 3-second time penalties, leaving the corridor with 2 wheels, one of which is Lucas de Vera, and the other one is the 533. And that is, Martinas Stankiewicz. Well, that's not going to put paid to his race because, unfortunately, Martinas is out. So still, they battle furiously around this 1,388-metre circuit. So this is where things are going to get very, very close indeed over the next 3.5 minutes. Van Leeuwen extends his lead to just over 5.5 tenths of a second. Enzo Bol in second, Maxime Shurko in third. Axel Sarniala rounds out the top 4. Leading the way in DD2 Masters again, it's Nicolas Picot. He's 13th at the moment. Just behind Peter Bezel, who's just overtaken him. 4th position overall. Three minutes to go. And Enzo Bol trying to put the frighteners in as there is an attempted move. That's from Manuel Tenchert on David Outlechner. And just behind him, looks to be the full 21, I believe. That is Philip Moitzi, who did actually get excluded from the previous race after a steward's decision. But with 2.5 minutes to go, Enzo Bol is losing ground to Martin van Leeuwen from the Netherlands. Schurko, third. Great result from the youngster who hit the podium back at Val d'Argenton just over 6 weeks ago. So with 1 minute and 56 seconds still to go, Martin van Leeuwen can start pulling even further away from Enzo Bol in the dying moments of this race. Enzo Bol took the victory in the opening heat. Van Leeuwen will want to counter-attack that. And if Van Leeuwen takes 2 wins, Enzo Bol takes 2 seconds and a first, what will happen? Van Leeuwen will be ahead. And there's a move coming here. That's tension on Outleichner. And the Austrian gets through on the Polish driver. So that is a change for 13th place. It's not been an easy day for David Outleichner. As there we see Carl Gustav Burgard getting through on the 499 of Mats Johan Overhoff from Germany. That is a change now for 17th position. Next time around, we're going to go on to the penultimate lap. But Martin van Leeuwen has just made sure he's done a very, very good job. Also, another 3-second time penalty going to the 421. Philip Moitzi, 2 wheels out of the tram lines. That's 3 seconds added to his time post-race as we go on to the penultimate lap. Van Leeuwen extends his lead to just over 9/10 over Enzo Bol. Maxime Schurko in third, Axel Sarniala, Jakob Bezel, Maxime Dirix, Victor Frostbay, Lucas Pernod, Nicolas Guillaume, and Patrick Snolz-Lochmelis now round out the top 10. Peder Bezel has dropped down to 11th. And Van Leeuwen is now leading the way in terms of fastest lap. Oh, lunge from nowhere from Nicolas Picot. That was up the inside of Patrick Snolz-Lochmelis. And he did. Now, did he get through? Yes, he did. He literally walloped the curves going through the exit of the turn 7 right-hand hairpin to get through, and that's into the top 10 for Picot. Van Leeuwen leads us on to the final lap of the race. 8.37 tenths ahead of Enzo Bol, Maxime Schurko, Axel Sarniala, Jakob Bezel, Maxime Dirix, Victor Frostbay, followed by Lucas Pernod, Nicolas Guillaume and Peder Bezel rounding out the top 10. So Nicolas Picot now up into 11th position. But the minute that he started to get into the lead of the race, Martin van Leeuwen has not really had to look back, but now he can afford to do so, because he left Enzo Bol into his wake. It's 1 win apiece as the 4:03, the 24-year-old from Zolder, comes out of the chicane, and it's a win for Schiepers Racing Service and Martin van Leeuwen after 12 laps. He wins by just over 7/10 of a second ahead of Enzo Bol. Lithuania's Maxime Schurko has really been the sensation in DD2 this year and also in this championship. He places P3 ahead of Axel Sarniala. Jakob Bezel, Maxime Dirix, Victor Frostbay ran out the top 7. Good result this time for Lucas Pernod after dramas of a technical nature in the second heat. He places 8th ahead of Nicolas Guillaume and Peder Bezel. Nicolas Picot wins in DD2 Masters for the second race in succession, so keeps a clean sheet so far. Patrick Snolz-Lochmelis in 12th ahead of Manuel Tenchert. David Outleichner. It's been a difficult day for the Wyrzykowski Motorsport driver representing Poland. He finishes ahead of Philip Moitzi. Dennis Thum takes second in DD2 Masters ahead of Carl Gustav Burgard, Mats Johan Overhoff, Sebastian Schul, Christophe Capitan, Alexander Scheiblecker, Ed Matthews, Jules Cousin, Michael Becker. Tony Hogg finishes 25th. Probably rounds out the top 5 by my estimation in DD2 Masters this time. Lucas de Vera, Igor Mukin and Kamil Kubera round out the 28 strong Technical difficulties for Leonardo Baccaglini meant that the Italian had to stop on the circuit on lap 2. And Thomas Birstins and Martinas Stankiewicz, unfortunately, might have just incidentally come together on the second lap of the race, and thereby they would retire. So now we go to our third and final heat for Minimax here at Karting Défaigne in Mariembourg. We've had 2 different winners so far. First winner this weekend, Nikita Lyubimov, Heat 2, Cole Denham. Can we make it 3 from 3? Well, let's take you through our starting grid before. We have to wait and find out. Nikita Lyubimov starts on the front row of the grid again from pole position with Lucas Dodeur alongside. Lars Lambers and Cole Denham on row 2. Jacob Ashcroft and Lieke van Berkel ran at the top 3 rows. Felipe Reyes and Emilian Bull, Oliver Warner and Albert Friend. They complete the top 10 on the grid. Isaac Barker and Rory Armstrong, row 6. Tom Reed and Maxim Bobrishov, row 7. Christian Sejerson and Denny Babacek, row 8. Jack Freeman and Konstantinos Kandelidis, that is row 9. Completing the top 20, it's Bram van der Weken and Vic van Kampenhout. Rounding out the 24-strong grid from the Czech Republic, it is Jakub Kubera. Then it's Germany's Mikko Schwiers, then Kieran Stewart from the United Kingdom, and representing the island of Guernsey, it is Amelie Davey. So, another 7 minutes plus an additional lap. Now, if, and I'm saying if Nikita Lyubimov or Cole Denham wins this race, it is effectively going to be one of those drivers at the top of the standings, the ranking after the heats. However, if we have a third different winner from 3 different races, could spice things up completely, folks. Again, another 7 minutes plus an additional lap on the counter here at Karting Défaigne in Mariembourg for what has been a very, very hotly contested, very, very hot weather condition orientated circuit so far today. We're at 30 degrees Celsius air ambient temperature. But the drivers now make their way through the final right-hander, and they're going to go up the hill into the tram lines. And we are getting set and ready for the third and final race. Into the tram lines we go. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out first time, and we are underway. And Lyubimov keeps the lead going into turn number 1. Now the run to turns 2 and 3. Lars Lambers up into second position. 4th looks to be Jacob. Oh, we've had a bit of a coming together outside. Coming out of turn number 3. And one of which is a Dan Holland racing car. I think I just spotted that was the 153. Oh, no. Isaac Barker comes into strife on the very, very first lap. Nice little move there from the 196. Bram van der Weken from Belgium. Getting past Konstantinos Kandelidis from Greece. And there's a change of foot. Oh, Albert Friend right into the side pod of Lieke van Berkel into the second from last right-hander. And there goes Rory Armstrong. Oh, entangles. Van Berkel gets a touch from Armstrong and then also gets hit straight afterwards. And that was the Sony cut. That was Jakub Kubera, the 129. That was a real shame. So Isaac Barker and Jack Freeman, those were the 2 karts involved on the opening lap. And then towards the end of the lap itself, Lieke van Berkel, the front bumper completely stoved in at the front after the hard hit as Jakub Kubera had absolutely nowhere to go once the incident transpired. 5 minutes and 25 seconds still remain on the timer. Lyubimov leads. Second, it's Cole Denham. Lars Lambers, who I think was excluded post-race 2. Yellow flags, so they can't overtake. I hope Lieke van Berkel, I hope she's okay. She's actually sitting in the cart at the moment as the marshal drags it out of harm's way. We have now got a full course yellow. Full course yellow for the first time this weekend. Good decision there by our race director and race control. Full course yellow has been implemented. It is a full slow zone around this 1,388 meter circuit. So now drivers will have to slot back into their positions. No overtaking permitted, half speed around the circuit whilst the clean-up operation happens. Now, what this will do will very, very handily change the dynamic of this race. So when we do go back to green flag racing, which we are still under full course yellows, the drivers will have to watch their deltas. And I'm not at all surprised with the hard hit on the front end of Jakub Kubera's kart when unfortunately having nowhere to go, being collected by the front end of Lieke van Berkel's kart as Rory Armstrong looked up the inside. It went for the move, but I think it just might have been, you know, the thing is these hotter temperatures are very, very demanding, and also so is what happens in racing. So the main thing now is that everyone is going to have to just stay calm. They've got to stay in the line. It's going to be a single file restart. So once they go past the yellow line, then they can start going for it. Until that point, they can accelerate up to the yellow line, but they cannot overtake before it. Until that green flag waves. Looks like one of the members of the medical team is going to assist. Might be Lieke van Berkel, just to check that she's okay. Still under full course yellow. So the timer is still continuing to count down. Let's have a run through of the running order as things stand at this particular moment with 2 minutes and 38 on the clock to go. Nikita Lyubimov leads the way. Cole Denham in second. Lars Lambers, Jacob Ashcroft, Lucas Stordeur, Felipe Reyes, Oliver Warner, Albert Friend, Tom Reed and Maxime Bobrishov. That's the top 10. Then it's Bram van der Weyken, Rory Armstrong, Denny Babacek, Konstantinos Kandelidis, Vic van Kampenhout rounds out the top 15, followed by Emilian Bull, Kieran Stewart, Nico Schwerz, Amelie Davey, and Isaac Barker, who ran at the top 20. Christian Sejersen has dropped all the way down to 21st. Out of the race, unfortunately, Jack Freeman, Lieke van Berkel, and Jakub Kubera. There is a time penalty, and that is going to go to the 151, which is Kandelidis for breaking formation, with 2 wheels outside of the tram lines. Green flag is now prepped and ready to get the race back underway. 1 minute, 45 seconds, plus an additional lap. Green flag waves. We're back underway and racing, and Cole Denham sweeps to the outside of Nikita Lyubimov as Jacob Ashcroft now decides it's the time to strike and get past Lars Lambers. And look at that train at the front end of the field. Felipe Reyes looking for a move up the inside. That's on Lucas Stordeur. Didn't get through. Oliver Warner looking to the inside, going through into turn 5. Has to slot back in behind. And Albert Friend looking on the inside of Oliver Warner through turn 6. No room in the end there for Mr. Friend. But still, Nikita Lyubimov leading the way. We are going to be down to 2 laps to go. It's going to be a sprint to the end of heat stay. And then the drivers can get a welcome respite, as well as their families, before getting some welcome relaxation and hopefully some cold beverages this evening. That's what everyone's going to need today. So 2 laps to go. Nikita Lyubimov primed to lead the ranking after heats after this race. Cole Denham a 10th and a half behind. Ashcroft in 3rd. Lambers, Stordeur, Felipe Reyes. Christian Sejersen is unfortunately out of the race. As Felipe Reyes up the inside of Lucas Stordeur. Through into turn number 4, and he gets through. So the 107 with RR Racing now up into 5th place. But the timer is fast counting down. A little bit further back, Rory Armstrong up the inside of the 136 on Tom Reed. And a little bit further back, that was Maxime Bobrishov up the inside of Albert Friend through turn number 9. Through turn 10, now 11. And then it's going to be 12, 13 coming up now. And then through into the chicane at turn 14. 1 lap remains. Lyubimov still leads. Denham in second, Ashcroft, Lambers, Felipe Reyes. Top 5 covered by 6.5 tenths. Who is going to win this 3rd and final race if Lubimov does it and it gets confirmed to Felipe Perez up the inside of Lars Lambers for 4th position through turn 4. Can't get the job done. Now into turn 7. The front nose slightly washing out on Cole Denham's kart, but still able to keep it nicely under braking. Felipe Perez again attempts to get through on Lars Lambers. But there was no room for him to get through, and he made a bit of a fumble at the same time. But out of the final right-hander, over the crest, it's going to be 2 wins out of 3. Nikita Lubimov from Estonia will go into pole position for tomorrow's pre-final with 2 wins and a second. He wins by 4 tenths ahead of Cole Denham. Jacob Ashcroft rounding out the top 3. Lars Lambers, Felipe Perez, Lucas Stoddard, Oliver Warner, Maxim Bobrishov, Rory Armstrong and Albert Friend rounding out the top 10. But there is the youngster from Tallinn in Estonia, the Micromax Grand Finals champion back in 2021. Now in his second season as a Minimax driver, tops the ranking after heats after 2 wins and a second. So congratulations to Nikita Lubimov. Tom Reed, Denny Babacek, Bran van der Weken, Konstantinos Kandelidis and Vic van Kampenhout provisionally ran out the top 15. Mariembourg, Kieran Stewart, Mikko Schwers, Isaac Barker and Amelie Davey make it to the checkered. And unfortunately, we lost Christian Sejersen, Jakob Kubera, Lieke van Berkel and Jack Freeman.
Fatigant, c'est chaque semaine c'est des nouveaux. Ouais. Ouais, c'est ça. T'apprends à l'aimer, mais les autres c'est des nouveaux. Voilà. C'est pas aujourd'hui qu'on va avoir le championnat du monde ici, hein. Je vous le dis. Ah, quel corps de Big Boss.
Now we get underway with the fifth and penultimate heat for junior Rotax. It's Heat 5, Groups A versus D. Let's have a look at the starting grid. On pole position, it will be Kasper Schurmans, and he'll be lining up alongside Kenzo Craigie on the front row. Alberto Kiko Fracassi and Timo Jungling on row number 2. Max Cuthbert and Max Swiderski will be on row 3. Boris Maximov will be running solo on row 4 because Oscar Gushaw will be a non-starter once again. Krit Knoren and Zainel Homosani will complete the top 5 rows. Thomas Behrmann and Tom Strehler will be on row 6 ahead of Olivier Jonkers. Knud Nielsen, Aras Majalskis, Sebastian Koch, Georges Nassar, Antoine Grisel, Ryan Bourguignon, Ben Kaminsky, and from the USA, Charlie Smith. At the moment, we've had Kasper Schurmans win 2 races. Timo Jungling has won 1, and so has Matej Radenkovic. So if Kasper Schurmans makes it 3 from 3, he will be at the head of the intermediate classification after the heats and top the rankings going into tomorrow and put himself provisionally onto pole position for the pre-final tomorrow morning at 11:45. So the drivers line up for their final heat. We'll have one more to go after this as we go through the chicane. Over the crest, into the tram lines, revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? The 5th heat for junior Rotax gets underway. Good start once again by the pole sitter and also Alberto Kiko Fracassi, who slots into 2nd. Max Cuthbert now up into 3rd ahead of Kenzo Craigie. As it's too wide at certain parts of the field towards the mid-pack and also to the rear going through into turn 4. Now into 5, into the right-hand sweeper here at 6. Fracassi, Cuthbert and Craigie line astern through turn 6. Max Swiderski not too far behind, but there's also been an attempt by one of the other drivers. That was Zain El Homosani, who's made up a couple of positions. He's got through on boards Maximov and Krit Knoren. And there is one of the KR Sport carts that has just made a couple of positions as well. That is Thomas Behrmann. Schurmans leads the way, coming out of the final right-hander through the chicane. Over the crest to lead after the opening lap. Fracassi right at his wheel tracks. Just over a 10th behind. Cuthbert 4/10 off of the race leader. Kenzo Craigie makes it the top 4, covered by 7/10 as he looks up the inside through turn 4, and Max Cuthbert then nearly wheel to wheel or a bump over the curbs, puts the right rear wheel in the air coming out of turn 4 for Alberto Kiko Fracassi from Italy in 2nd position. Behrmann has already got himself up from 11th to 9th place. And behind him he's got Krit Knoren. Then also the 216 of Olivier Jonkers from Belgium. Ben Kaminsky rounds out the 20 drivers that are still continuing to circulate. Very much single file at the moment. No one really trying to put on a move or so. Schurmans expands his lead. He was just over a 10th. It's now half a second. He puts in the fastest lap in the meantime, 57.719. Alberto Kiko Fracassi, 58.1 seconds. Kenzo Craigie, 57.793. Well over 3/10 of a second quicker. Max Cuthbert now makes his way, keeps himself in 4th position. Timo Jungling up to 5th. He started down up in 4th position to the 265. based out of London. Max Sidursky drops to 6th position, which is where he started just 2.5 minutes ago. Zainal Homasani is just behind him in 7th place, followed by Boris Maximov. Krit Knorren, Thomas Behrman still residing in 9th place at the moment as things stand. Schurman's leads going on to lap number 4. Gap just under 0.6 of a second. Krit Knorren has now retaken 9th from Thomas Behrman. Tom Strehler, in the meantime, has gotten up into 11th past Olivier Jonkers. A little bit of fighting at the back end of the field. As Adas Majalskis battling away. Looks to be with George Nassar. Oh, someone went off the circuit. Now, was that the GKS Lemons power cut of Knud Nielsen? As Tom Strehler goes into Thomas Behrman, they have secondary contact. 4 wide through turn 8 and up the inside. That was the 2.72 of Francis Mariembourg. Olivier Jonkers was round the outside at turn number 8. 4 wide as Strehler and Behrman came into contact with each other a couple of times. There's the 2.54 of Charlie Smith from the USA, rapidly dispatching Olivier Jonkers through the final right-hander. Schurman's, in the meantime, still has a lead, and he's got himself a little bit further ahead. Krit Knorren, fastest lap of the race, 56.785. And Knorren now up into 9th place. He's got a little bit of air between himself and Boris Maximov in the 2.30, who's up the road. It's a very tight and technical circuit, particularly in the second half of this 1.388 kilometres track here at Mariembourg. So the second half of the circuit is really where, if you want to dice with danger and you're going to make a move, you're going to do it there. Right, change now through into turn number 1. That was for 10th place. Tom Strehler through on Mariembourg, who managed to get past the pair as they were scrapping away through into turn number 8 on the previous tour. Bourguignon sweeps wide, coming out of turn 4 into turn 5. Linus Cern with the Latvian and also the Brit in the form of Behrman just behind. Time is rapidly fast running out. Kasper Schurman's being slightly closed in by Alberto Kiko Fracassi in the latter stages of this race so far. We'll have one more race to go after this one to conclude the junior road tax action, which will be juniors Heat 6, B versus C. And now a move. It's an attempt from Timo Jungling up the inside of Max Cuthbert through turn 1. The 2.65 from Dan Holland Racing, unable to get through. But he will have maybe a few opportunities. And that also depends on whether Max Cuthbert makes a slight unforced error. A little bit further back, Krit Knorren looking up the inside of Boris Maximov. But wasn't able to facilitate that move for going through. Right, 30 seconds after. So after we cross the start-finish line this time, we'll have 2 laps to go. Kasper Schurman's has just over a half-second lead. As they cross the line this time, 0.385. Fracassi has picked up the pace, 56.942. Krit Knorren in 9th place has just put in another fastest lap. Second on the bounce, 56.785. There's the 285 of Knud Nielsen battling away with RS Competition, Sebastian. Well, not with RS Competition, Sebastian Koch. That is Sebastian Koch from Dams Racing, representing Germany in the 2.14. Timer has expired. So far, Timo Jungling has won a race. Matej Radenkovic has won a race. But Kasper Schurman's is 1 lap away from securing the clean sweep here at Mariembourg. 1 lap to go. Shawmans has the lead. 0.3. 57.006 for the Dutch driver. 56.942. For Fracassi, the final lap clearly underway as it's the top, oh dearie me, oh that was wide. Youngling lost the back end. Swiderski got through, and so did El Homosani. So that just goes to show that these drivers are really on the edge of the precipice in terms of adhesion. You make one slight mistake like that, and it costs you places. However, just the right-hander to go, and the chicane. He powers up through the crest and over the hill, over the dip, and it's 3 for 3. Casper Shawmans does the clean sweep here in Junior Rotax. It might not have been the most commanding of victories, but he won by just over 0.3 of a second at the end of that race. So Casper Shawmans picks up the victory, winning just ahead of Alberto Chico Fracassi from Italy. Kenzo Craigie finishes, I think, in 3rd position, as we're just waiting for the results to come through. But Casper Shawmans, it's Max Cuthbert takes P3, Kenzo Craigie 4th, Timo Youngling, Max Swiderski, Zenel Homosani, Boris Maximov, Crick Norden, Tom Strehler rounds out the top 10. Ryan Bourguignon, Charlie Smith from last to 12th ahead of Thomas Behrman. And there are the rest of your results here at Karting Défagne. Ben Kaminski finishing in 20th ahead of Aras Mijalskis. Behind Aras Mijalskis and Oscar Gutschow, a non-starter. But it is 3 for 3. No one, I repeat, no one will be able to challenge Casper Shawmans for pole position in the pre-final for tomorrow after that display. So we now go to our 6th and final heat. It is Junior Rotax. Heat 6, B versus C, race 15 out of 18. Let's have a look at your starting grid. From pole position, it's going to be Matej Radenkovic and Armand Hamilton on the front row. Lucasel and Boluet will be on row number 2, followed by Julian Kovacevic and Thomas Ingram Hill on row 3. Matthias Jellerup and Theo Palmer round out row 4. Dave Stevens and Archie Clark will complete the top 10, followed by Noah Janssen, Hamza Al-Fayez, Ollie Wise, August Reber, Cameron Nelson, Laura Bubinova, Casper Nissen, Sky Parker, Matthew Sormetre, and Joshua Graham, who has had to fight tooth and nail through every single race so far today. So far, Matej Radenkovic did win heat number 4, but he's only won 1 heat. If he does well in this second one, if he takes another victory, that will put him alongside Casper Schurmans on the front row by my provisional calculations. We've yet to have all the rankings after the heats decided because we still have the final 2 heats for Senior Rotax and also the final race for DD2 and DD2 Masters. So could we have a 4th different race winner in 6 heats today? Well, in about 9 minutes' time, we are going to have that question answered for us. So Radenkovic and Hamilton will be on the front row. They will control the rolling start pace as we get ready, get steeled to go into battle for 7 minutes, plus an additional lap. The final time here on Heat State for Junior Rotax. Who will take the victory? As they now make their way through into the flat-out chicane, over the slight crest. They split. They head into the tram lines. Are we ready? Are we steady? The final Junior Rotax heat goes underway. First time of asking. Oh, and someone gets bumped wide. That was Hamza Al-Fayez. He gets a little touch on the wheels and drops to the back of the field as they make their way through. There's 2 carts exiting stage left. There's a big old kick up of dust and a lot of grass thrown onto the circuit. Looks more than likely, well, Laura Bubinova has dropped down to the back end of the field. And she might have gone a little bit off track going through out of turn number 3 on the exit thereof. So we've got just over 6 minutes to go. Some attempts being made. Hamza Al-Fayez is not hanging around. He is out for blood. Oh, dearie me. Tangle between Boluet and Lucas Sells. And as all of a sudden, Armand Hamilton has to go avoiding exit stage left. And I'm wondering, was there a slight problem for Armand Hamilton? Because he went wide and then wiggled the car from left to right. So was there something amiss? Because that is unlike Armand Hamilton. Either it's go for broke or see whether anything happens. He just went wide and then all of a sudden he avoided what happened in front of him, but more to the point, he swung wide, so I don't know whether he had a slight issue that might have just been a little bit of a gremlin. But at the minute, Matej Radenkovic is running away with this one. So Boluet nearly went riding over the back bumper of the 235 of Lucas Sells going through into turn number 1. Louet this time gets through neatly. And Lucas Sells' right rear bumper looks to be intact. As Archie Clark gets through on the 218 and Matthias Jellerup, that's for 6th place. Oh, Lucas Hels has just lost another place this time. And that is to Thomas Ingram Hill. Now, Thomas Ingram Hill started 6th, now up into 3rd. So Thomas is leading the train at the moment. Oh, bumping over the curbs. Armand Hamilton sends it up the inside. Through on the 2.29 of the UAE's August Raber. So with 4 1/4 minutes still to go, Radenkovic's lead after 2 laps was just over 7/10. So now it is a case of who is going to pick up the pieces, who's going to clean up the scraps on the dinner table when it comes to 3rd position. Well, at the moment, that is in the favour, that is in the hands of Thomas Ingram Hill. From Dan Holland Racing, the young Brit, who's got Lucas Hels right on his case. Good effort by Julian Kovacevic from Kraft Motorsport in the number 264. Oh, dramas there. And that was Lucas Hels going over the right-hand side of Thomas Ingram Hill. It caused a bit of chaos behind. Dropping further positions, that is the 218 of Matthias Jaderup. Well, that just goes to show, again, drivers are just being... I think drivers are just getting a little bit too desperate for their own good. Josh Graham, however, that was up the inside of Noah Janssen. Textbook as an overtake you need. Now retaking the position away from Lucas Hels. That was 4th place as Thomas Ingram Hill tries to get through on Lucas Hels going through turn 3. He makes it stick. Kovacevic swarming all over the back of them. Tay Stevens gets through. Oh, dearie me. Now this is going to be a bit leery right about now. 2 wide. That's Ollie Wise versus Armand Hamilton through turn 6. And they're both off. They're both off through the kitty litter, through the gravel. Ollie Wise completely understandably frustrated at what just happened. Armand Hamilton saw a window of opportunity, sent it through, and they both went off. Exit stage left. And now it's all concertinery. Joshua Graham is absolutely loving this. I think he's licking his lips like he's waiting for his Sunday afternoon roast when it's not a karting weekend. And now, Lucas Hels is behind Tay Stevens. And is being chased. Oh, Lucas Hels back end steps out to the right-hand side under braking for turn 3. Nearly gives Julian Kovacevic an opportunity to get through. And that is now for 6th position on the road. Oh, more dust being kicked up through turn 4. That might have been the DHR cart that went through, possibly of Cameron Nelson. And there's more argy-bargy going through turn 7. No one's wanting to take an inch nor take a mile. Armand Hamilton stuck right in the thick of things, especially with Theo Palmer being right behind. There's also the 207 of Mathis Aumetre from France, also stuck between a rock and a hard place right now. But Radenkovic has just over a minute to hold on to that lead. There's Laura Bubanova battling away with Casper Nissen. That is for 13th position on the road. And Bubanova leaves the door open. Nissen nearly gets through. And Jellerup also tried to get past as well, but they both Danes unable to sort that out, and they can't sort it out between themselves. There's even more things going on at the front end of the field. More likely, the battle for 4th place between Thomas Ingram Hill and Tay Stevens. That's for 4th on the road. Lucas Hels and Julian Kovacevic. They've got to be patient. They've got to wait. August Raber is in 8th and is just in front of the young Jordanian Hamza Al-Fayez. 2 laps to go. Radenkovic has a 1.7 second lead. Tay Stevens trying to put the pressure onto Thomas Ingram Hill, but the Brit will not let the Dutchman dictate how that battle is going to pan out. Timer has now officially expired in the 6th and final Junior Rotax Heat. It's been heated on the track. The ambient air is 30 degrees Celsius, and Tay Stevens goes steamrolling, and he turns around Ingram Hill. Clatters right into the side. They interlock wheels, and Tay Stevens, oh my goodness me, that is, I'm sure that might be not exactly compos mentis there. Stevens went straight up the inside, and they tangled again and into the side pod. You can understand there's going to be frustration with Thomas Ingram Hill, but Matej Radenkovic is now bringing us on to the final lap of the race. And of all 6 junior Rotax heats, Josh Graham, primed to go for 7th. Folks, he started stone dead last. He's made up 12 places. The 298 had a dismal qualifying and has had to fight his way through into finals day. And what's more, with the performance he's shown, he's going to make it. But a few more corners remain. The day might belong to Casper Schormans, but the final heat is going to go to the driver that is the championship leader. It's going to be 3 wins for Casper Schormans, but 2 for Matej Radenkovic, who puts himself on the outside of the front row for tomorrow's pre-final. Winning the race by nearly 2.1 seconds. Bolowet takes 2nd. Archie Clark puts himself in the mix with a 3rd place finish. Lucas Sells, and congratulations to a great top 5 finish for Julian Kovacevic. Hamza Al-Fayez is ready for tomorrow. He finished in 6th ahead of August Raber. Joshua Graham, stone dead last to 8th. 12 positions gained. Well done, young man. Noe Janssen and Cameron Nelson ran out the top 10. It was close, but not close enough for Laura Bubanova, the Slovakian driver. She places in 11th ahead of Thomas Ingram Hill. Tay Stevens gets demoted out of the top 12, courtesy of a 5-second time penalty for the incident involving Thomas Ingram Hill, who gets promoted to 12th as a direct result. Casper Nissen finishes behind Armand Hamilton, who takes 13th place. Theo Palmer, Matthew Sormetra, Ollie Wise, Matthias Yellerup, Tay Stevens, and Sky Parker round out the 20-strong grid that all made it. I don't know how they did, through to the checkered. Now we go through to our penultimate Senior Rotax Heat. It's race 16 out of 18 today. It's Heat 5, Senior Rotax A versus D. Here is your starting grid. Could it be 3 for 3 for Kai Hillertz this afternoon? Well, in about 12 or so minutes, you're going to find out, folks, in front of your very eyes. He'll be on pole position alongside will be Jules Roussel, who picked up the second race victory of the day. Farin Mega and Archie Walker round out row 2. Sebastian Bach and Laurent Legor will be on row number 3. Matthew Higgins and Ethan Jeff Hall, row 4. Mark Kimber and Tommy van der Stroys round out the top 10. Jaden Teen, Dion van Verven, Zombor Kovac and Paul Grisel, they round out the top 7 rows. Sverre Urban is an absentee on the inside of row 8, so won't be alongside Robbie Sauder, who'll be on the outside of that row. Matteo Pianezzola, Mitch Hayner, Hugo Brunn, Miro Halika, Alexander Savinkov, Kamal Murad, Danny Shields, Rafael Jesus, and Paul Simard round out the 25-strong grid due to go into battle for the following 10 minutes, plus an additional lap here at Karting Defang. After this, we'll have one more Senior Rotax Heat to go, and then we'll have the final heat for DD2 and DD2 Masters. So Rilletz and Roussel bring the field into formation for their third and final heat. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we ready? Steady. Heat number 5 gets underway, and a good start by the pole sitter. Once again, Farin Mega from the inside of row number 2 tries to get the jump on Jules Roussel, and that has worked. As off the circuit, and that is the 323. That is Canada's Laurent Legor off the track, forced out wide. And now, well, he's got a loss of dust probably going underneath the race helmet. So we've got another one off the circuit, going through into turn number 6. Again, a little bit of desperation starting to seep in towards the tail end of the heats. And there is the 356 trying to get through. That is Matteo Pianezzola from 54 Squadra Corse. It just goes to show how quick, well, let's see, he's actually running with Strawberry Racing. He has run with 54 Squadra Corse in years past, but it is Hillertz trying to stretch the lead early. And that lead is now 0.4 of a second. Because no one else has managed to take 2 wins out of 2 so far. Jules Roussel back up the inside of Farin Mega to take back second. Archie Walker and Mark Kimber are there, waiting in the wings. Kimber's going to look through on the inside of Archie Walker. Through at turn number 6, but he can't get through. And that might be Alexander Savinkov that is just off the circuit coming out of turn number 5. There's a minimal amount of runoff area as the 356 of Pianezzola gets through on the 372 of Paul Grisel, who's also been in the wars here at Mariembourg. It's just getting to be a little bit of desperation starting to creep in with some of the drivers. Nice little move there from Danny Shields as Jules Roussel now in third. 4th, Mark Kimber. 5th, Archie Walker. 6th, Jaden Teen, followed by Ethan Jeff Hall, Matthew Higgins. Then we got Sebastian Bach in the 338 and the 311. The tall, young Flying Dutchman that is Tommy van der Stroys from the Netherlands in the 3-1-1. Up the inside, through for second position. That's going to hand third back to Mark Kimber. Jules Roussel looks to get through. So does Jaden Thien. He's mugged a lot of them. He's mugged at least 3 drivers, and that included Archie Walker and Jules Roussel. First weekend with a new team for Jaden Thien, and he's made it work this weekend. He made it work last weekend as well at the B&L Karting Series. And now the race really is on, but Rielertz has strided away to an 0.8 of a second advantage. Now this is where it's going to get interesting, folks. Really, really is. Because with 6 minutes and 55 seconds to go, this is Kai Rielertz's race to lose. Sverre Ubben, yes, has been confirmed as a non-starter. Lauren Ligo all the way down to 24th position for the Canadian, based out of Montreal. A bit further up the field. Ethan Jeffall trying to get through on Matthew Higgins. Now, Higgins is actually, Higgins is actually ahead of, looks to be, Sebastian Bach in the 338. They've got Jules Roussel right behind them. Tommy van der Stroys has now got past Archie Walker has now dropped to 12th. And here goes the move. That is up the inside on Farin Mega. That is Mark Kimber now up into second position. Well, that's more than... Well, it's going to be that's definitely a change. That was more than likely Ethan Jeffall and Jaden Thien. So there is Kimber. There is Ethan Jeffall. Oh, his front bumper is slightly slowed down. Oh, 3 off the circuit, 2 exit stage left. One of which was Miro Halika. I think another one might have been who was at the point. Pianizzola might have been involved in that. Maybe Rafael Jesus was the driver exit stage right, or it could have been Hugo Brun on the FA chassis. Oh, dearie me. I thought the dramas hadn't, had stopped in juniors, and seniors have gone, no, hold on, cold drinks, we can do one better. And that's exactly what happened. Rielertz now has just over a 1 second lead as we head towards half-time in this 5th and penultimate heat of senior Rotax. The temperature has been on the rise. We are still at 30 degrees air ambient temperature at this point. The drivers, the teams, the mechanics, the supporters, the people here watching on the grandstands who, oh dearie me, another drama this time. Dion van Verven and a gesticulation from Sebastian Bach. Oh, right. Now, there is something very, very loose at the top of Sebastian Bach's engine, which looks like it might be connected. That might be the spark plug lead, or maybe something else, or a sensor. A lot of technology in terms of engine parameters and data analysis. As up the inside through on the 380 of Jaden Thien goes Jules Roussel in the 308, who's won a heat already today. We've got one more heat to go, and then to close out the action is going to be DD2 and DD2 Masters. So there will still be the opportunity to make some moves up the order, but time is fast running out. 3 minutes and 35 seconds. Rielertz now has a comfortable lead of just over 1.2 seconds in front of Farin Mega. Mark Kimber rounds out the top 3. He's 1.3 seconds up the road from Strawberry Racing teammate Ethan Jeffall. Jules Roussel back up into 5th ahead of Jaden Thien. It's all stayed a bit static between 7th to 10th. Matthew Higgins in 7th. Tommy van der Stroy is now 8th. Head of Archie Walker with Robbie Stordeur running at the top 10. Miro Halika is now out of the race. I might have been following an earlier altercation. He might have been the one that exited stage right. So I did see a glimpse of 2 RS competition carts as they all scrabbled for traction and couldn't end, well, they couldn't exactly miss each other, quite literally on the track. So Miro Halika out on lap 4. So 8 laps completed, on to lap 9 we go. Hilux has a comfortable lead of just over 1.4 seconds. Heading into the final 2.25 minutes worth of racing plus an additional lap. But again, with this heat, there was a little sign of some signs of desperation of drivers going, well, I do need to get into the top 30. I'm going to put it on the line. If you put it on the line and you get it wrong, it's not only going to compromise your efforts, but other drivers that have said, right, okay, I need to be in the top 15 to get through to the top 30. Otherwise, I'm going to have a major problem because I've got to do an extra race tomorrow. And that's what some drivers don't want to have happen. Now, they might be on the cusp. They might be thinking, yeah, I think I'm safe. I think I'm good. And then you get one incident that turns your heat stay around quicker than you can say the word jump. Now, that depends on, obviously, what has happened over the course of the race day. If you've had a couple of top 10 finishes, okay. If you finish in the top 15 in your final heat, then you might have a very good chance of getting through. But if you have a shocker where you DNF and you're 24th out of 25 drivers, then you've got a problem on your hands. I've seen it before when some drivers have made the best of every kind of situation, and then there are others that have not made the best at all. And they've gone for a move that really hasn't paid off, and they didn't need to risk it. On to the penultimate lap we go. Kai Hillert's leading the way. It's going to be a clean sweep. He's taking pole position. He's just put in the fastest lap of the race on lap number 10, 55.068. So 10 seconds to go. Ethan Jeff Hall is about 7/10 away from Strawberry Racing teammate Mark Kimber. Ethan Jeff Hall has been fighting at the sharper end of the field all the way through the day. So the Junior Rotax European champion from last year will be pretty safe and sound. Across the line to go onto the final lap for Heat 5 goes the race leader Kai Hillertz. His lead, nearly 2.3 seconds after 11 laps, and he's just broken underneath the 55-second barrier. He's taking a page out of Max Verstappen's books, going towards the end of the race, saying, do I think I can push? Yeah, I can push. Thing is, they don't have any radio communication like they do in Formula One. So Hillertz will know, hang on a second, this car feels really good. I'm going to push like crazy. 54.926 seconds from the race leader, and he's in clear air. But there he is, the 374 from Tremolo in this very country, just 16 years of age, a 12-hour endurance winner. He's going to do the clean sweep. Kai Hillertz wins his third and final heat, and that puts him on provisional pole for tomorrow's pre-final. Fahim Medgar, he's going to be at the sharp end. You know that for a fact. He finishes in P2. Mark Kimber in third. Ethan Jeff Hall in fourth, ahead of Jules Roussel. And it's going to be Jaden Teen, Matthew Higgins, Tommy van der Soys, Archie Walker, and Robbie Stordeur that round out the top 10. Hugo Brun, Kamal Mrad, Zombor Kovac, Mitch Hainert, Lauren Legor, Alexander Savinkov, Rafael Jesus. It looks like there could be a 5-second penalty going to Dion van Verven for causing a collision through turn 7 a little bit earlier on. That will demote him out of the top 20. Then it's Danny Shields, Paul Simard, who rounds out the top 20 on the road before penalties are applied. Sebastian Bach, Dion van Verven drops to 22nd as a result of that. He finishes ahead of Matteo Pianezola, but Paul Simard, Sebastian Bach ran out the top 20. Paul Grisel, 21st. Dion van Verven, Matteo Pianezola, finished the race. Miro Halika retiring on lap 4 and Sverre Ubben not taking the start. Now we go to our last heat for senior Rotax to see who will more than likely join Kai Hillets on the front row of the grid for the pre-final tomorrow. Here is your starting grid for race 17, senior Rotax, heat 6, groups B versus C. It's Sean Butcher and Devian Hurst on the front row. Montego Masson and Paul Forquemin on row 2. Austin Lee and Matis Turlo, row 3. Miska Kaskinen and Elia Papasena, row 4. Lewis Gilbert and Maxence Bouvier, they complete the top 10. Followed by Vic Stevens, Daniel Halsworth, Nolan Lamare, Kai Hunter, Lotus Tveen, James Swindells, Zach Scowler, William Christensen, Scott Westhovens, and Patrick Donica rounding out the top 20. Lachlan Robinson, Ilias Kaliakmanis, Magic Chimera, and Puck Gubbles round out the 24 strong that will go into battle over the next 10 minutes, plus an additional lap. Drivers now weaving from side to side. There is plenty of ambient air temperature to try and get. Into those tyres. There's plenty of ambient air temperature, but the drivers sometimes will do that to steel themselves psychologically and gear up and get ready to go racing. For the final time, it's the 6th and final senior Rotax heat. Sean Butcher on pole, Devian Ross alongside. Into the tram lines. Are we ready? Are we steady? We are lights out for the final senior Rotax heat. Devian Ross keeps it pinned round the outside. Will he keep second position by turn number 3? He does not. He drops to 4th. Or has he? Or has he kept second? Going through out of turn. Oh, Magic Chimera. His race has not really gone very well. He's put a little bit of dust on and some stones onto the circuit, a little bit of gravel. As the drivers make their way through, I stand corrected. Devian Ross might have actually made it into either 2nd or 5th. Drama for one of the KR Sport cars, I think, coming through into turn 9. But Sean Butcher is leading. For Quemin, I've just spotted, is in 4th. Out of the final right-hander, they'll go now, putting the throttle down right to the full extension of the throttle cable. So Sean Butcher leads. It is Devian Horst in 2nd, Montego Masson. Austin Lee now up ahead of Paul Forquemin for 4th place. Lewis Gilbert and Miska Kaskinen now 6th and 7th ahead of Matis Turlo, who's dropped to 8th. Now already just keeping an eye on what's been happening. Lachlan Robinson up to 19th. He might have made a couple more places as the driver now based out of Abu Dhabi. He looks to be around about 6th, might be about 17th, 18th position possibly. But Butcher has got Devian Ross closing in on him very, very quickly indeed. Montego Masson making it a 3-way scrap for the race lead. 3.5 tenths of a second separating the trio as they go around the final right-hander. A little bit further back, there's a little bit of juxtaposing for position. And that is the 3.85. Miska Kaskinen losing at least 4 places coming through the final right-hander. And now some attempted moves. A very, very good one. But well, I think there's just been a gesticulation. And that young whippersnapper, that was Vic Stevens, I believe, getting through on Kai Hunter. Yes, it was. And Kai Hunter just said, don't look at me, look forward. Get going. Let's push. That's the universal language of, come on, get your skates on. Well, words to that effect. But there is some juxtaposing for positioning. Elia Papacena currently 10th at the moment. As he's behind Matis Turlo. He might have gotten ahead, I think. Not 100% sure. No, he's behind him at the moment as they come through into the penultimate right-hander at this 1.388 kilometre circuit. Sean Butcher still leads. Devian Horst now trying to battle away with Montego Massen. The 394 from Kraft Motorsport representing Germany is within a tenth and a bit. Ah, right. Fastest lap of the race is the Pride of Scotland. Currently 5th place, Lewis Gilbert. He's now trying to close in on Austin Lee. He went about just over half a tenth quicker than the 379 from Strawberry Racing, who rounds out the top 4. Butcher looks to be starting to stretch an advantage at the moment. Gap between him and Devin Ross was just over 0.38 of a second. And Austin Lee has really reeled in the 2 in front. He's got an opportunity to finish the day on a high with a top 3 finish. Might not be the race victory. However, never say never with 6 minutes and 20 seconds to go, plus an additional lap. So top 4 covered by 1.1 seconds. Ah, hold the phone. Elia Papacena has just put in a 55.861 second lap time. He's really, really close to, he's less than a tenth behind. And now he's going to go up the inside of Matis Turlo. Elia Papacena now moves up into 9th position. Great work by the 304 from MKC Motorsport. Zach Scowler's day has come to an abrupt end. Oh, and there's dramas. Dramas out of turn number 7. That's the 906. And that is also Daniel Housworth clutching his left arm. Yellow flags at turn number 7. Oh, I hope Daniel's all right. Maxence Bouvier might have gone over the left side of the Austrian's chassis, and not only that, but also his body. Or it could be the other way around, that they clattered into each other, but Maxence Bouvier, I have seen it before where he's been a bit more than robust. Halfway completed in this final senior Rotax heat. So that is going to be Housworth out. Maxence Bouvier out. Oh, good thing that Daniel was in a slight bit of discomfort. Obviously, he's going to be medically checked after that. I think might be the routine bit of caution for the Austrian in the 396, but that's a real shame for Daniel Housworth. He's moved to KR Sport, and he's really enjoying the experience, but the race results, as of yet, are not coming his way. That'll bring us down to 21 drivers rounded out by Denmark's Lotus Tveen. Sean Butcher now has a lead, and he's just got the fastest lap. Oh, careful, Vic Stevens. You nearly lost it through turn 1, and there's a touch from Kai Hunter. And it looks like the right rear bumper might be loose on Vic Stevens' kart. Oh, that was very, very close indeed. Oh, I thought that Vic Stevens' bumper on the right rear might be flailing. If he starts flailing, he's going to get a mechanical black flag. Yellow flags into turn 7. Oh, dearie me. That was heart in the mouth stuff there for Vic Stevens. This, again, I did say this about desperation. It is creeping in with those that have been on the fringes of the top 30 and know that if they do not score valuable points, as in the less they score, the higher up the ranking they'll be. Risk versus reward. Do you or do you not go for the risk to get that reward? Sometimes on heats day, it's not necessarily worth it. On finals day, everyone is fired up, 125%. Coming up to the final 3 minutes, up the inside, that is on Montego Massen. Oh, and that's shades of RNC Germany all over again between him and Austin Lee, but Lewis Gilbert gets the opportunity he needed through on Austin Lee coming out of turn 7 into turn 8. And Lewis Gilbert makes it through to 4th position. Could the Pride of Scotland get a top 3 by the end of the day? here at Mariembourg at Karting Defang. We've got 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go. I think the drama still might be inbound, folks. But with 2 minutes and 23 seconds, well, Sean Butcher has just again put in another fastest lap, 5 1/1000ths quicker than the driver in second, Devian Horst from the Netherlands, the 3.45. So Butcher leads from Horst. It's Marson in third, Gilbert in fourth, Lee in fifth, Papasena, Stevens, Hunter, Forquemin, and Turlo rounding out the top 10. Miska Kaskin in the meantime has got past Greece's Ilias Kaliakmanis. As, oh no, that is the 3:30. It's not been a good one for Lotus Tveen this weekend. She rejoins the track from the outskirts of turn number 7. Butcher still has a slightly comfortable lead, 4.29 tenths of a second. Seems to stabilise in the latter few moments of this race. Puck Gubbles has just lost out to Miska Kaskinen, but Austin Lee decides to return the favour to Lewis Gilbert to retake fourth position, coming out of turn number 4. Gilbert now sweeps to the outside through turn 7 to try and get the undercut. They both bump over the curbs through into turn 8, now into 9. Into the left-hander here at 10. And then 3 right-handers. Turn 11, 12, 13, and then the slight uphill chicane, turn 14, because effectively it's one corner. Montego Marston, in the meantime, has just put in the fastest lap, not on lap 10, but on lap 9 at 55.155. But Sean Butcher's lead has now been slightly diminished to 0.3 of a second. So 17 seconds on the timer remains. We will go on to one more lap after this. So we are currently on lap number 11 out of 12. And Sean Butcher is making good his intentions to keep himself at the sharper end of the grid. Most notably the fact that Kai Villatz has had 3 wins today. He wants to pick up 2 wins. That will effectively put him at the sharp end of the front row of the grid for tomorrow's pre-final at 10 past 12. 1 lap to go. Butcher takes a look over his right shoulder, sees that Devian Horst is there, but the gap has just expanded to over 0.34 of a second, going on to this 12th and final lap. Unfortunately, out on lap 5, Daniel Hausworth and Maxence Bouvier. Zach Scowler out on lap 3. He's going to have to make a fight back through the second chance heat tomorrow morning. Austin Lee starting to try and pull away from Lewis Gilbert. The gap between them just over nearly 4.5 tenths of a second. But it comes down to one set of corners coming up right now. 3 to go, including this one. Turn 12. Now turn 13 coming up. And 1 more remains. And Sean Butcher puts himself into the firing line of one Kai Rilletz tomorrow at the pre-final with 2 victories. Devian Horst in second, Montego Marston, Austin Lee and Lewis Gilbert round out the top 5 as the rest of the field make their way again across the start-finish line and are greeted by the checkered flag. So Sean Butcher wins the race by 0.268 seconds ahead of Devian Horst, with Montego Marston, Austin Lee, Lewis Gilbert, Elia Papasena, Vic Stevens, Kai Hunter, Paul Forquemin and Matisse Turlo rounding out the top 10. 21 drivers finished in all, with Nolan Emery 11th, ahead of Patrick Donica, William Christensen. There are a few penalties coming in for post-race issues on, post-race penalties. So we have William Christensen, James Swindells, Magic Chimera running out the top 15. Scott Westhovens, Lachlan Robinson got up towards the top 10 but dropped down to 17th at the end. Miska Kaskinen, Puck Gubbles, Ilias Kalikmanis and Lotus Tveen rounded out the finishing order with all 21 drivers covered by 23 seconds. Daniel Hausworth and Maxence Bouvier out on lap 5 and Zach Scowler out on lap number 3. Now time for our 18th and final heats of the day. It's DD2 and DD2 Masters Heat number 3. Here's your starting grid. So the two on the front row have picked up a win apiece. Pole position, Enzo Bol. Alongside him will be Martin van Leeuwen from the Netherlands. Finland and Canada, row 2. Axel Sarniola versus Lucas Bernal. Jakub Bezel from the Czech Republic and Austria's Manuel Tencher on row 3. Maxim Shurko from Lithuania versus Victor Frostbay on row number 4, with Dennis Thum starting from pole position in DD2 Masters on the inside of row number 5, will be joined by Poland's David Outlechner. They will complete the top 10. Nicolas Picot and Maxime Drix, row 6. Leonardo Baccaglini, Nicolas Guillaume, row 7. Patrick Snolls, Loch Mellis, and Tomasz Birstins, row number 8. Row 9, Mats Johan Overhoff and Carl Gustav Borgard. Rounding out the top 20, Peter Bezel and Martina Stankiewicz. Ed Matthews, Jules Cousin, Philip Moitzi, Sebastian Schuh, Alexander Scheiblecker, Christophe Capitan, Michael Becker, Lucas de Vera, Igor Mukin. And then we've also got Camille Kubera and Tony Hogg. Hopefully Tony has not had a spin like he did earlier on in heat number 2. No, it looks like everything's pointing straight and true in the right direction, Mr. Hogg. Well done. So, depending on where Nicolas Picot and Dennis Thum place in DD2 Masters, if Picot picks up a 3rd victory in a row, he is on pole position for DD2 Masters tomorrow. But it's a win and a 2nd apiece between Enzo Bol, who won the first heat. He took 2nd in the 2nd one. And Martin van Leeuwen took the win in heat 2 and finished 2nd in the first race today. The thing is, you can't really put a bet on that one because it's too close to call. They're very, very marginal on pace. But could we see, let's throw something out there. Could we see a 3rd different winner from 3 different races in DD2? That would be exciting. What about if Sarniala, Bernal, Bezel, Tencher, Shurko? If Shurko could get at the sharp end, he could be in with a shot. Drivers are set and ready for the 18th and final race here on Heat Day. It's Heat 3, DD2 and Masters. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out first time. Enzo Bol keeps the lead heading into turn number 1. As Axel Sarniala looks to get through on Martin van Leeuwen, but going through into turn 2, he couldn't. And now starts to defend against Lucas Bernal. Jakub Bezel rounding out the top 5 as everyone too. Oh, there's been a bit of a touch. Someone's gone off and onto the grass at the back end of the field. Not too sure who that was. Might have been, well, it might have been Michael Becker. It's Michael Becker. Becker's right at the back end of the field. So he was the one whose axle was high, wide and up in the air. So not a good start there for the German. But Enzo Bol has already decided, you know what, I'm going to go 11 tenths. I'm going to push. I'm going to see how fast I can go without making any mistakes and see how Martin van Leeuwen will respond. Well, after the opening lap, his lead is nearly half a second, 0.449. Sarniala, 8.25 tenths of a second, adrift of the race leader. Bezel is leading the train behind. Victor Frostbay looks up the inside of Lucas Bernal, who gets squeezed a little bit wide, but he makes it through. Manuel Tencher is just behind. So is that Maxim Shurko that's got ahead of the Austrian? Yes, it is. Maxim Drix is also in the thick of this. Nicolas Picot rounds out the top 8. There's a move, an attempted move from Maxim Drix on Manuel Tencher. Did not quite pan out as he hoped. But at this moment, Enzo Bol trying to pull away. Van Leeuwen has actually closed that gap. Oh, bit of a moment there for one cart. I'll find out in a minute who that was. That could be, that's not Manuel Tencher. That could be Leonardo Baccaglini that's dropped. Maxim Drix dropped to 9th. As Drix looking up the inside of Tencher once again. trying to get through, and that was at turn 4. Oh, Pernod with a nice little move up the inside. That was on Maxim Shurko, the 435 from Lithuania. A little bit further back, there's still some jockeying for position going through the turn 6 right-hand sweeper. Did they all make it through? Just about. Mats Johan Overhoff is stuck right in the middle of all of this. So is Jules Cousin. Christophe Capitan is there as well. Alexander Scheiblecker hoping that he gets through this relatively unscathed. Heavens to Betsy, how on earth did they make it through from turn 8? Or from turn 7? Because it was all flotsam and jetsam. They managed to get through and managed to keep it all nice and steady through into turn 12. Victor Frostbay, the fastest driver out on the circuit, 55.768 seconds by the Dane. Up the inside on Manuel Tenchert through turn 4. This time it's a move completed by Maxime Didrikson. Here goes Nicolas Picot up the inside of the Austrian. The 517, based out of France, now gets through and puts more distance. Oh, and that was not a good move there from Manuel Tenchert. And up over the back of David Outlechner, it's Nicolas Guillaume. What on earth has just happened there? That is going to be a yellow flag situation. Oh, David Outlechner has had an absolute heat state to forget. Tenchert went for the move up the inside into, I think it was on Picot. Full course yellow. I'm not at all surprised for the second race today. And David Outlechner clutching his left arm. There's going to be some discomfort. So effectively what happened was that Manuel Tenchert walking away. He's out of the race. David Outlechner out. You can see, oh, dearie me, the marshals have got a job to get the two carts disentangled from each other. It's easier said than done. But a great job. A big thank you and grand merci to the marshals, especially round there at turn number 7. David Outlechner. Yeah, it was a case of what happened there was Manuel Tenchert went for the move up the inside. Then everything started having the accordion effect, which meant everyone was closing in on each other at a rapid rate of knots, especially under braking. And what happened was that David Outlechner ended up mounting the back of Manuel Tenchert, and then Nicolas Guillaume, completely unsighted, went bang straight over him, and the front axle was on top of Nicolas Guillaume's cart, was on top of David Outlechner. No surprise, red flag is out with just under half of the race to go. So red flag is out. We have a full stoppage with 4 minutes and 57 seconds remaining of the third and final DD2 and Masters Heats here at Karting d'Espagne. So the race has gotten back underway. We are under full course yellow conditions. The cause of the red flag was not due to the incident at turn number 7. There was contact between, I believe it was Thomas Bittersons and Edward Matthews going through into turn 1. One cart man to the back of the other, and Thomas Bittersons was into the wall and has just been attended to by the medics. So there has been a little bit of a delay. That was the cause of the red flag stoppage. Hopefully we'll have an update on Thomas as soon as we can. And a big thank you to the crews here for helping with the clean-up operation and getting things back underway. We are under full course yellows, which will mean a single file restart here with 4 minutes to go. So at the moment, Enzo Boll is the pace cart, so to speak. And once the green flag is prepped, which is now in the hands of our race director, it's a single lap around the circuit, and then it'll be the run to the checkered flag to see whether Enzo Boll or Martin van Leeuwen will get the victory to put them on pole position for the pre-final. There are David Outleichner and Manuel Tenchet having to watch from the sidelines. So once the green flag waves, we'll be back under full racing speed to go to the checkered. Now the drivers will have to start picking up the pace very shortly. It'll be down to Enzo Boll when he decides to go. It's a bit like a Formula One restart. You wait until the last minute and then try and keep your opponent from getting the better of you. So yellow flags right up until the final right-hander here at this 1.388 kilometre circuit. And Boll and Van Leeuwen are literally line astern. And when are they going to punch the throttle? Now they're being told to slow. Here we go. The green flag is about to wave very, very shortly. And back underway we go as everyone gets concertinaed. Enzo Boll tries to get the run to pull away from Martin van Leeuwen. He stretches his lead to just 2 kart lengths as they head into turn 1 for the first time on the full restart. 2 minutes and 10 seconds still to go. Enzo Boll had a lead of just over 3.5 tenths of a second ahead of Martin van Leeuwen. At the moment, Nicolas Picot leads the way, but he's got Dennis Thum hot on his heels. And Dennis Thum rounds out the top 10. He's got Patrick Knowles Lochmelis right on his rear bumper as they head through into the far part of the circuit, into turn 10, now into the right at 11. Axel Saniala rounding out the top 3 at the moment. But with 1.5 minutes to go, we're going to have 3 laps remaining. Lap 7 completed. Enzo Boll has a lead of just over 1.5 tenths. Van Leeuwen on that previous tour closed up the gap and took the best part of just over 2 tenths of a second out of the race leader. 0.4 Ozil now. Boll's getting very, very defensive. He knows that Van Leeuwen is waiting to pounce and looks up the inside through turn 5. He gets through to retake the race lead. Van Leeuwen through. Saniala also trying to get past. Victor Frostbay now up into 4th position. Lucas Pernod down in 6th. Looks to be behind Jakob Bezel in the 4:23 from the Czech Republic. So right now, Enzo Boll has got to bring his A game to Martin van Leeuwen in the next 35 seconds, plus an additional lap. 2 laps to go. Van Leeuwen leads, but for how much longer? Enzo Boll looks to the outside. He's sweeping to the outside. He's going to try and force it, but Saniala and Victor Frostbay try and get through. Saniala up to 2nd. Now Enzo Boll looks for the move up through turn 4. Can't make headway through there. He was not close enough to the 4:69. The 20-year-old based out of Espoo in Finland. Frostbay is fired up and waiting to get an opportunity to even get a sniff at the top 3, and now he's got it. 1 more lap to go. And Martin van Leeuwen is poised to put himself on overall pole position for tomorrow's pre-final. And that gap is extensive. Just over 1.38 kilometers remain. And van Leeuwen has put himself in the hot seat. Saniala in second, Bol in third. Fourth is Victor Frostbay. Jakob Bezel, Lucas Bernot, Maxime Cherko, Patrick Knowles, Lochmelis. Now up into eighth ahead of Maxime Dirix and Nicolas Picot. Picot is just ahead of Peter Bezel, who's between the Frenchman and also Dennis Thum, the reigning and defending DD2 Masters champion. But Lochmelis has just lost a couple of places, I think. And Lochmelis finds himself behind Maxime Dirix. As now we are heading our way to the end of heat stay. It's been hot around this circuit. It's been hot on the circuit. The action has not relented all the way through since we got things started at 10:30 this morning. But out of the chicane, 2 wins and a second. Pole position for tomorrow's pre-final goes to the Netherlands and Martin van Leeuwen in the 4:03 from Shepherds Racing, the 24-year-old based out of Zolder. Axel Saniala picks up his first top two of the weekend here on Heat Stay. Enzo Bol takes third. Victor Frostbay, Jakob Bezel, they complete the top 5. Maxime Cherko, Lucas Pernod, Maxime Dirix, Patrick Knowles, Lochmelis, and Nicolas Picot ran at the top 10. Picot makes it 3 for 3, and he's on DD2 Masters pole for the pre-final. Peter Bezel, Dennis Thum, Martina Stankiewicz, Carl Gustav Borgard, Philip Moitzi, Mats Johan Overhoff, Christophe Capitain, Jules Cousin, Sebastian Shaw, Nicolas Guillaume ran at the top 20. Michael Becker, Igor Mukin, Leonardo Baccaglini, Alexander Scheiblecker, Tony Hogg, Camille Kubera and Lucas de Vera round out the 27 that finished. Unfortunately, on lap 4, we had the accident that caused the red flag between Edward Matthews and Thomas Petersens, and also retiring on lap 3, David Outlechner and Manuel Tenschert. That is it for the racing. Well, when you think about it, 30 degrees Celsius, a high enough ambient temperature over the course of today's proceedings. But the action has been fast, furious. It has been hectic at times, especially in the latter part of the day. Firstly, we have to say a big thank you to the marshalling crew, the medical team on site here at Karting Défaigne. A big thank you to Thierry Lepine and his crew as well for enabling us to have this event run as smoothly and as to time as possible. A big thank you to everyone watching at home. Tomorrow at 10:30, we get underway with the juniors' second chance heat as we go into the business end of the third round of the Rotax Max Euro Trophy. Don't forget, entries are now officially open for the event that's taking place at the Home of Champions, 27th to the 29th of October. The Rotax Max Challenge Grand Festival and the Rotax Max Challenge Golden Trophy. Entries are open. If you are a Rotax racer, you can now register through the Rotax Racing Global app or head to rotax-ems.com/BEL1. A big thank you to everyone for today. We will see you at 10:25 tomorrow morning when we will see who will win here at Karting Défaigne in Mariembourg. And lastly, from me, Alex Goldschmidt, thank you very much for all of your support over the course of the weekend so far. And we will see you tomorrow morning. Thank you. Good night.